The House Committee on the Judiciary will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. Before we begin, I want to thank the members and the witnesses for their patience in delaying the start of the hearing. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on the Texas abortion ban and its devastating impact on communities and families. Before we begin, I'd like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our hearing today. If you would like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as possible. I'd also remind members that guidance from the Office of Attending Physician states that face coverings are required in all meetings and enclosed spaces, such as the committee hearings, except when you are recognized to speak. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. 65 days. That is how long women in Texas have been effectively stripped of their constitutional right to abortion. Earlier this year, Texas enacted Senate Bill 8, or SB 8, which bans abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy, before many people even know they're pregnant, thereby effectively blocking abortion access in the state entirely. But although the law is clearly unconstitutional, its unique structure, which relies solely on a private enforcement or really bounty system, has thus far allowed it to evade judicial review on the merits. SB 8 offers up a bounty, a minimum of $10,000 in legal fees, to those who successfully bring a suit under the law's private cause of action provision. This provision permits any individual to sue not only abortion providers, but anyone who, quote, aids or abets a violation of the abortion ban, a term so broad that it could encompass practically any action, from driving a patient to a clinic to merely offering personal advice. This law created a perfect storm in Texas, which already had some of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country, because of the way it was written and because of its enforcement method. The Supreme Court had two opportunities to stop the law from taking effect during pending legal challenges, and twice it failed to do so. As a result, communities and families in Texas have been devastated, and the ban has had ripple effects in states around the region and the country. There is no question that SB 8 is blatantly unconstitutional, and that the Texas legislature intentionally ignored decades of legal precedent in enacting the law. But to anyone who's been paying attention, this law did not appear out of nowhere. Rather, it is the result of a decades-long, well-funded campaign by anti-abortion activists to steadily chip away at the right to abortion. These efforts have culminated in SB 8, and they have had one goal: to challenge and eventually to overturn the constitutionally protected right to abortion. Nearly 50 years ago, the Supreme Court recognized that right in Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld this critical constitutional right against legal challenge. Generations of Americans have come to rely upon the right to abortion to make the deeply personal decision about whether or when to have children. As the Supreme Court observed nearly 30 years ago when it reaffirmed the right to abortion in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, the ability of women to participate equally in the economic and social life of the nation has been facilitated by their ability to control their reproductive lives. Access to safe, legal, and affordable abortion allows people to make choices about their own lives: when to start a new job, when to go back to school, and eventually when to start or grow a family. When states chip away at, or in the case of Texas, nearly ban abortion access, they're not just controlling women's bodies, they are controlling their lives. And that impact falls most directly on communities of color, low-income women, and vulnerable populations. Excuse me. This hearing occurs just days after the Supreme Court heard oral arguments in Whole Women's Health versus Jackson and United States versus Texas, legal challenges to SB 8 brought by abortion care providers and the Department of Justice, respectively. At the heart of these cases is the question of whether a state can effectively nullify the Constitution within its borders. SB 8 is designed to thwart a court's authority to review and potentially block a state law that prohibits the exercise of a constitutional right before it takes effect by delegating to private parties the authority to enforce the law. SB 8's bounty system, which is just as troubling as the 6-week ban it is meant to enforce, is a deliberate and disturbing effort by the Texas legislature to evade judicial scrutiny long enough for a clearly unconstitutional law to take effect. And it worked. SB 8's bounty system should be concerning to anyone who holds dear their constitutional rights. As Justice Kavanaugh, likely no fan of abortion rights, suggested during oral arguments on Monday, SB 8 could set a troubling precedent and a model for states to undermine not only abortion rights, but any constitutional right that a state legislature may disfavor, whether it be the right to free speech, the right to religious liberty, or the right to bear arms. In addition, this perverse bounty system is designed to have a chilling effect on the ability of people to access abortion. Pregnant people in Texas may now be reluctant to confide in once trusted neighbors, coworkers, or friends, or to seek help from organizations and advocates if they have questions. Providers have expressed confusion and concern about how to advise their patients and where to seek care for pregnancy complications. The system was built to create fear, anxiety, and isolation for women and for providers in the state, and in many ways it has succeeded. But SB 8 has not diminished the need for abortion in Texas or anywhere else in the country. People in Texas, particularly those in communities of color and low-income communities, already faced immense hurdles in accessing abortion. In the last 20 years, Texas has passed some of the most extreme anti-abortion laws in the country. Even before SB 8, women were required to make multiple appointments, receive medically unnecessary sonograms, and listen to false and misleading anti-abortion propaganda. And because Texas bars any insurance, public or private, from covering abortion care, women must pay for this entire process out of their own pockets, which can cost anywhere from $300 to $1,200. All of this assumes that they can even reach an abortion provider when more than 900,000 Texans of reproductive age live more than 150 miles from an abortion provider. None of these rules and restrictions are science-based or medically necessary. They are designed to stop women from accessing abortion and to control women's lives, plain and simple. And Texas is not alone in enacting these restrictions. States around the country have passed similar laws, and many now stand poised to pass copycat SB 8 laws as well. These restrictions and laws make abortion almost completely inaccessible, and they hit communities of color and low-income families the hardest. People who work hourly jobs, already have children, or live miles away from an abortion provider face impossible decisions and often insurmountable obstacles in finding the time, money, and support to access care. All of these steps and decisions take time, pushing people later into their pregnancies and making care more difficult to access and more expensive. And SB 8 has only exacerbated this situation. The need for abortion has not disappeared in Texas under SB 8, even as the number of abortions provided in Texas has dropped by an estimated 50%. People are now seeking care out of state, traveling hundreds more miles, taking more days off of work, and spending much more money. All of this to get the care that they need, the care that they have a constitutional right to access, the care that is integral to their dignity and their fundamental freedom to live their lives on their own terms. Because ultimately, the conversation about SB 8 and abortion rights is not a theoretical one. As we will hear today, SB 8 and similar abortion restrictions are impacting real women and real families every day. I will stand with these women and with their providers. I will not stop fighting to protect the right to abortion and the right of every American to live their lives with dignity. I thank our witnesses for being here, and I look forward to their testimony. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, life is precious. Every single life is precious and worthy of protection. And that fundamental principle is what the Texas law is about. It's what the pro-life movement is about. But that's not what Democrats are about in Congress. Democrats are now trying to abandon the Hyde Amendment, language that's been in our law, been in every appropriations measure for the last 45 years, which says that federal tax money, the American people's tax money, will not be used to take the life of an unborn child. Even with the Hyde Amendment in place, over $500 million in taxpayer funding is flowing to Planned Parenthood annually. And now, if the Hyde Amendment is actually repealed, as the Democrats seek to do, Planned Parenthood, which does over 350,000 abortions per year, will stand to get even more taxpayer money. For decades, Democrats respected that those who oppose abortion should not have their tax dollars used to fund it. Now they don't. Even President Biden changed his position. He used to be for the Hyde Amendment language. Now he's not. That's how radical the Democrats' position has become on unborn children. Republicans have numerous bills that would protect the unborn, and it is our great hope that someday our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would considering moving those pieces of legislation. But let's be honest. Democrats aren't here today to have an honest debate about the sanctity of life or the role of government in protecting unborn children. Instead, they're here to play politics with our institutions and advance a radical leftist agenda. Right now, there are three life cases before the Supreme Court. And this very week, the same week that the chairman chose to convene this hearing, the court held oral arguments on 2 of those cases. Let's be clear. The Democrats have convened this hearing as a way to pressure the Supreme Court to try to intimidate the Supreme Court. It's a playbook Democrats used when the court was considering the census last Congress, sensationalize a legal question to delegitimize the court's role in interpreting the law. Today, their focus is on this pro-life law from the state of Texas. Last year, while the court heard oral arguments in the case regarding a Louisiana pro-life law, Senator Schumer stood in front of the Supreme Court and said this: "I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions." If that's not threatening, that's not trying to intimidate, I don't know what is. He did that in front of the Supreme Court that day. And in April, Chairman Nadler and other Democrat members of this committee made good on Senator Schumer's threat. They introduced legislation that would add justices to the Supreme Court. 4 associate justices, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. And why might they want 4 new justices? Because 4 new justices appointed by President Biden is the golden number for getting to a liberal majority on the court. Even President Biden's bipartisan commission criticized this issue in their preliminary report last month. They wrote, "Court expansion is likely to undermine rather than enhance the Supreme Court's legitimacy and its role in the constitutional system. And there are significant reasons to be skeptical that expansion would serve Democrat values," close quote. But that didn't deter congressional Democrats. After the release of the commission's draft report, the chairman of this committee and other Democrats promptly issued a statement condemning its finding, deriding President Trump, and doubling down on their plan. Quote, "We must pass legislation to expand the Supreme Court." And just yesterday, Congressman Jeffries doubled down on Democrats' attack on the court, tweeting, "The right-wing majority on the Supreme Court is completely illegitimate." That statement doesn't make sense. I mean, I think Mr. Gorsuch, Mr. Kavanaugh, Justice Coney Barrett, I think they were all nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. I think they're as legitimate as you can get under our constitutional system. But somehow the Democrats view that as illegitimate simply because they're pro-life. Just so we are clear, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, the committee charged by the American people with overseeing the judiciary and the federal justice system in our country, has introduced legislation to upset the balance of the Supreme Court, all for political ends. This is just one branch of the government that Democrats don't control, and they can't stand it. The American people, I think, see through this all. The Texas law, again, is focused on the sanctity of life and protecting those who can't protect themselves. That's what the pro-life movement's about. Life is precious, and let's protect those who can't protect themselves. Democrats in Congress are focusing on pressuring the court, intimidating the court, and packing the court. And the American people see it for what it is. I want to thank our witnesses for being here, especially Ms. Foster, and for her work with Americans United for Life. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, thank you, Mr. Jordan. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I will now introduce today's witnesses. Dr. Ghazala Moyedi is a board-certified OBGYN and complex family planning specialist in Texas and Oklahoma. She's also the founder and chief medical officer of Pegasus Health Justice Center and serves as a board member of Physicians for Reproductive Health. Dr. Moyedi received her undergraduate degree from the University of Texas at Austin and completed her medical training at Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine in Fort Worth. She trained as an OBGYN resident at Texas Tech Health Sciences Center in El Paso and completed her fellowship training in complex family planning at the University of Hawaii, where she also received her Master of Public Health degree in Health Policy and Management. Kiara Bridges is professor of law at the University of California, Berkeley School of Law. She previously taught at Boston University, Harvard Law School, Stanford Law School, and Yale Law School, good trinity, and served as the Center for Reproductive Rights Fellow at Columbia Law School. She received her BA from Spelman College and earned both a JD and a PhD in anthropology from Columbia University. Catherine Glenn Foster is president and CEO of Americans United for Life, as well as a senior fellow in legal policy at the Charlotte Lozier Institute and a fellow with the James Wilson Institute on Natural Rights and the American Founding. Previously, she spent 7 years as litigation counsel with Alliance Defending Freedom. She then founded and managed a law practice and led Euthanasia Prevention Coalition USA as executive director. Ms. Foster earned her BA from Berry College, a master's degree in French from the University of South Florida, and a JD from Georgetown University Law Center. Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro is co-executive director of the Florida Access Network, an abortion fund dedicated to challenging abortion stigma and dismantling barriers to abortion in Florida through financial and logistical support. She received her BA from the University of North Florida and a Master's of Social Work from the University of Central Florida. We welcome all of our distinguished witnesses and we thank them for participating today. I will begin by swearing in our witnesses. I ask that our witnesses in person please rise and raise your right hand. I ask that our remote witnesses please turn on their audio and make sure I can see your face and your raised right hand while I administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. Let the record show that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and be seated. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. For our witnesses appearing virtually, there is a timer on your screen to help you keep track of time. Dr. Moyedi, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Ghazaleh Moyedi, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a board-certified OBGYN, the child of Iranian immigrants, a mom, a Texan, and a proud abortion provider. I serve on the boards of Physicians for Reproductive Health and Texas Equal Access Fund. For over 60 days, abortion care has been nearly inaccessible in my home state of Texas due to Senate Bill 8. Texans have been waiting for the courts, for Congress, for anyone to intervene and halt this unconstitutional abortion ban. I'm here today because we are still waiting. As dangerous and as cruel as this law is, accessing life-saving abortion care has always been a challenge in Texas, even before SB 8. Last month, when I testified to the House Oversight Committee on this very issue, I asked the committee to spend a few minutes thinking about what it's like to be a person needing abortion care in Texas or in this country. To consider Marie, a 35-year-old American citizen, 18 weeks pregnant, working a minimum wage job, living in Dallas and seeking abortion care in August, prior to SB 8 even being enacted. She, like most people who have abortions, is already a parent and resolute in her decision to end her pregnancy. And although Marie is confident and informed about her decision, simply because she lives in Texas, Marie is forced to endure multiple harmful restrictions when accessing abortion care. Marie is forced to seek out this care at only one of 2 specialty clinics in Dallas, not from her regular healthcare provider, because Texas has a law that requires abortion care after 16 weeks to be provided in an ASC, an ambulatory surgical center, a requirement that has been proven to be medically unnecessary and does nothing to improve the quality or safety of care. If Marie is able to make her appointment at one of our 2 ASCs in Dallas, she cannot have her abortion on the day of her appointment. Marie is forced by Texas law to make an appointment with a physician in advance of her procedure. As her physician, I am then compelled by the state to force Marie into a medically unnecessary ultrasound. I'm compelled by the state to force Marie to look at and listen to the ultrasound. I'm compelled by the state to force Marie to hear a description of the ultrasound. I'm compelled by the state to force Marie to receive medically inaccurate state-mandated scripts. And after all of this, I'm still compelled by the state to force Marie to wait at least 24 hours to receive her desired health care. Now, if Marie were 16 instead of 35, her abortion care would be even further delayed by the need for parental consent or judicial bypass. If Marie were undocumented and living in El Paso instead of Dallas, she would be completely denied access to abortion, because even before SB 8, the lack of abortion providers and the internal border checkpoints within Texas and New Mexico prevent Marie from accessing the next closest clinic. Now that the committee has heard how bad it was in Texas even before SB 8, I want to bring our story of Marie to today, right now. Today, Marie cannot get her abortion in Dallas. And because of the influx of Texas patients, the next closest clinic in Oklahoma City, where I also provide care, has a weeks-long waiting list for an appointment. I should not be forced to travel hours and hours away from my home to care for patients, for my neighbors who traveled hours and hours to see me. By the time Marie is able to schedule an appointment in Oklahoma, she will be 22 weeks pregnant and unable to get her care because of Oklahoma's medically unnecessary abortion restrictions. So now we're moving in concentric circles, further and further away from her home, further and further away from hope. An abortion ban in Texas creates a ripple effect of injustice impacting all of us. The influx of Texas patients is straining our neighboring states, pushing Oklahomans who need abortion care out of their communities to other states like Arkansas and Kansas. This is what SB 8 intends to do: deny people both in and out of Texas the ability to have abortions. Today, abortion care is almost completely stopped in our state, and the health and safety of all pregnant people in Texas is in jeopardy. We know chronic conditions can worsen in pregnancy, but not worsen enough to warrant an exception under this law. OBGYNs and other prenatal healthcare providers are confused about how to comply and care for their patients. Right now, today, physicians and hospitals in Texas are delaying life-saving care for critically ill pregnant people because their pregnancies still have fetal cardiac activity. As a physician, I know firsthand that abortion saves lives. For the thousands of people I've cared for, abortion is a blessing. Abortion is an act of love. Abortion is freedom. I want to end by imploring this committee to help our communities right now. We need federal protection of abortion care. And most of all, we need you to not forget about us, people of Texas and in other heavily restricted states, and our families and our communities. Thank you for hearing me today and holding this important hearing.
Thank you for your testimony. Professor Bridges, you are recognized.
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and members of the House Committee on the Judiciary, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Kiara Bridges, and I'm a professor of law at the University of California, Berkeley School of Law, where I teach criminal law, family law, and reproductive rights and justice. I also serve as the faculty director of the Berkeley Center on Reproductive Rights and Justice. I'm here today to explain how abortion restrictions and bans, like Texas Senate Bill 8, disproportionately impact pregnant people of color, especially Black women. For decades, the Supreme Court has reaffirmed the central holding of Roe v. Wade. The court has affirmed that a person has a, quote, right to choose to have an abortion before viability and to obtain it without undue interference from the state, end quote. The court in Planned Parenthood versus Casey made clear that a, quote, woman's right to terminate her pregnancy before viability is the most central principle of Roe. It is a rule of law and a component of liberty we cannot renounce, end quote. Texas Senate Bill 8, which bans abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy, violates the central principle of Roe. The law constitutes a near total ban on abortion, banning abortion far before viability and before many people even know they are pregnant. Consequently, SB 8 is unconstitutional. Nevertheless, SB 8 is currently in effect, that has been harming Texans in need of abortion care for over 2 months. And this is solely because the law leaves enforcement of its prohibition on abortion to private citizens instead of state actors, a feature of the law that its architects hoped would permit the law to evade judicial review. The United States Supreme Court cited these, quote, complex and novel antecedent procedural questions, end quote, as a reason for not enjoining the law. It is important to reiterate that the sole reason that SB 8 contains these procedural questions is that its authors wanted to give receptive federal courts the opportunity to leave the law in place. The Fifth Circuit and the Supreme Court took advantage of the opportunity that SB 8's authors gave them. The Fifth Circuit and the Supreme Court left the law in place. In the words of Justice Sotomayor, the state's gambit has worked. The law is in effect. For 2 months, abortion providers in Texas have been unable to provide care to scores of patients who desperately need it. Because Texans seeking to exercise their constitutional right to an abortion must now travel outside of the state to do so, the burdens imposed by SB 8 are tremendous, but the greatest harms have fallen and will continue to fall on the most marginalized people in Texas. Indeed, for the poorest people in Texas, these burdens are insurmountable. Crucially, because there is a close relationship between socioeconomic status and race, with Black people disproportionately living in poverty, burdens to poor people constitute burdens to Black people. The result is that disproportionate numbers of Black people will be among those who are coerced to continue pregnancies and have children against their will, to seek unsafe methods of abortion, or to risk exposure to criminal prosecution for attempting to self-manage abortion. Further, Black people receive abortion care at higher rates than their counterparts of other races. This is true in large part because Black people experience unintended pregnancies at higher rates than their counterparts of other races. Because Black people rely on abortion care more frequently than their non-Black counterparts, barriers to abortion, like SB 8, inflict greater harms on Black people than other races. Essentially, abortion restrictions do not have race-neutral effects. Feminists of color have long recognized the importance of ensuring that Black women and other Black people who can become pregnant are able to decide whether or not they will become parents. They have understood that there are forces that would coerce Black people into parenthood, like the forces that wrongly assert that abortion is Black genocide. They have also understood that there are forces that would deny Black people parenthood, like the forces that subjected tens of thousands of Black women to forced sterilization from the 1950s to the 1980s and beyond. Because feminists of color have realized that controlling Black people's reproduction has been a tool of racial oppression, they have identified Black people's ability to control their own reproduction as a tool for racial justice. Because the ability to terminate a pregnancy enables Black people to control their reproduction, feminists of color like myself consider abortion access to be essential to racial justice. Thus, SB 8 and other regulations that make abortion inaccessible are tools of racial subordination. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, you are recognized.
Chair Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and members of the committee. I speak today on behalf of the constitutional and human right to life. I speak today on behalf of Texas and every community's right to protect our most vulnerable brothers and sisters, white, Black, Indigenous, and all people, from extermination. Let me tell you what the others here on today's panel won't. It's not our many degrees, our master's degrees, our Juris Doctorates, our medical degrees that distinguish us. These are all fine accomplishments, but none of them ultimately matter. What matters is what we share, our common humanity. And what is at stake is the same, our humanity. I have committed my life to advocating for America's common interest in life, and I'm committed to opposing the special interests that tragically advance killing as a public policy solution. If you asked most Americans on the street and told them that very serious people were convening hearings to call for more abortions to take place, they'd rightly be speechless. Yet that is what is happening here today, We're hearing incredible stories, testimony, pleas, marketing, really, for Texas, for America to embrace more abortions. What's true about abortion is this. 1, abortion is the violent tearing apart of helpless children, limb from limb. 2, abortion is the wounding and scarring of women and families for the benefit of multi-billion-dollar financial interests. 3, abortion is a cancer upon America. Abortion must end. I keep hearing the word devastating today. It's in the name of today's hearing, and pro-abortion activists are repeating it ad nauseum. Devastating. You know what's devastating? Cancer. Natural disasters. 62 million dead babies. That is what is devastating. 62 million dead babies killed in history's first for-profit, corporate-sponsored genocide. It's time for us to move on. As a constitutional attorney, I implore the Supreme Court and every federal and state lawmaker to act to restore the human right to life. We're hearing a lot about Texas, but all of this got its start because 7 men on the U.S. Supreme Court decided to do a terrible thing, to use Roe to nullify the Democratic consensus against abortion and impose abortion violence upon our people. The American people have never accepted the injustice of abortion culture. Americans United for Life advocates for the human right to life in culture, law, and policy. We've been fighting since 1971, from the beginning of the abortion wars, for those who govern in our executive, congressional, and judicial branches to simply do their jobs and to protect human life. There is nothing more alien to America's constitutional way of life than the toleration of abortion and its imposition on women who deserve better choices. Since Texas Heartbeat Act went into effect earlier this year, there are now literally thousands of human persons alive and thousands of mothers, fathers, families, and communities who will have the joyful chance at building a life together. A world with fewer abortions is a good world. A future with more Americans is a good future. And families and communities who are offered hope rather than sorrow are powerful witnesses to the importance of laws that serve justice and the good of all persons. I am here to remind you all of a truth that you already know. A world with fewer abortions is a good world, a better world. In a few years, the children who are alive today, thanks to Texas Heartbeat Act, will be old enough to understand that you think that it is devastating that they are alive. And their parents can hear you now, by the way. I celebrate them, and I celebrate every heartbeat protected and every life saved. We should be asking ourselves how we can support mothers and fathers from the moment of conception, as Texas does in every city and in every county through pregnancy resource centers and alternatives. And we should be asking how America can transcend the abortion debate, how America can enact and embrace robust national family policies that support the growth and the thriving of every life, every family, every community. We all have something priceless to contribute, but we must first be allowed to live. We can restore America's greatness by choosing to live joyfully together. We must offer one another our best choices rather than our worst, and then we can embrace what comes when abortion is no more, a lifetime of joyful possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pinheiro, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the generous invitation to speak to you about the state of abortion access in Florida. My name is Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro, and I work as the co-executive director of the Abortion Fund Florida Access Network. I'm a storyteller with We Testify, a Puerto Rican poderosa, a survivor of sexual assault, a jeva combativa, a bisexual woman who has had 2 abortions, and as a social worker with a master's degree from the University of Central
Thank you,
Florida.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes? Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Pena.
Okay, am I on now? Oh,
Yeah. Clerk will restart the clock, and Ms. Pinheiro may start again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the generous invitation to speak to you about the state of abortion access in Florida. My name is Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro, and I work as a co-executive director of the Abortion Fund, the Florida Access Network. I'm a storyteller with We Testify, a Puerto Rican poderosa, a survivor of sexual assault, a jeva combativa, a bisexual woman who has had 2 abortions, and a social worker with a master's degree from the University of Central Florida. As proud as I am to testify today, I am dismayed that I am here to explain why we must continue to defend our constitutionally protected right to abortion. As a result of the Supreme Court's inaction, SBA was allowed to go into effect, adding yet another burden for people who want abortions. This emboldens states like my home state of Florida, who wasted no time in introducing an almost identical 6-week ban. I am worried about our future and what it means for people who need abortions today, tomorrow, and for years to come. I know what it is like to want an abortion, only to be tripped up by medically unnecessary restrictions and financial barriers. When I was a teenager, I became pregnant twice, once as a result of a rape, and again during a relationship when I was 17. Both times, I knew I wanted an abortion. After my rape, I felt ashamed and I blamed myself. I know now that being raped was not my fault, and wanting an abortion is nothing to be ashamed of, regardless of how someone becomes pregnant. Before my second abortion, when I was 16, my Catholic pediatrician refused to prescribe me birth control against my request. A year later, when my then boyfriend tried to purchase Plan B, the pharmacist refused to sell it. After I was denied Plan B, I spent weeks waiting for my period and searching the internet for clues about how I could self-manage my own abortion. I was afraid of violence escalating in my already unsteady home and about what could happen if I told my very strict parents that I needed another abortion. Like 72 million Americans, my family was enrolled in Medicaid. But because of the Hyde Amendment, my abortions were not eligible for coverage. When I had my abortions, I was a high school student, working as a waitress and helping my family during the recession, earning $2.17 an hour as my base pay, which is still the federal minimum wage for tipped restaurant workers. I had to pick up extra shifts just to afford the $450 for my appointment. I shouldn't have been forced to choose between supporting my family and paying for my abortion. Because Florida has a parental involvement law, I had to skip class to go to court and ask a judge, a complete stranger, for permission to end my pregnancy through a process called judicial bypass. With the help of my lawyer, I presented myself in a 5-page essay as mature enough not to parent a child when I didn't want to. Between the appointments with my attorney, the whole ordeal took several weeks and delayed my abortion even more. A decade after my experience, I co-authored a groundbreaking report with If When How, Lawyering for Reproductive Justice, which analyzed whether Florida courts could offer clear and unbiased information about the judicial bypass process. We found that over half of Florida's 67 counties could offer little or no information about the process, and one county clerk even tried to talk a caller out of their abortion decision. This is what I see every day at the Florida Access Network. We take calls from people who need help getting to a clinic and paying for their abortions. We help people with rides or gas money to get to their appointments. We help coordinate their childcare. We help people with lodging when they have to travel long distances. And we help young people navigate the judicial bypass process. Since 2015, we've supported nearly 2,000 people, offering an average of $100 to help people meet the financial gap for their abortions, which cost on average $600 without insurance coverage. We fund abortion because low wages, abortion restrictions like SB 8, and policies like the Hyde Amendment make abortion unattainable. Without the communities of support we've created to relieve the burdens people face trying to access healthcare, no one should be turned away from healthcare that they want because they can't afford it. As I close, I want to remind the committee members of your responsibility to protect our right to have abortions free from undue burdens, shame, and stigma. You have the power to change the lives of millions of people in this country by enacting legislation that stands up for the dignity of every person who seeks an abortion. As we say at We Testify, everyone loves someone who has had an abortion, and that includes every single one of you. To the people listening who have had or will have abortions, you are supported, you are loved, and I will never stop fighting for you. Thank you for listening to my story, and I hope you remember that the actions you take impact your constituents and your loved ones who have had abortions. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Dr. Moyetti, how has SB 8 impacted abortion care in the communities you care for in Texas?
Thank you for that question, Representative. SB 8 has completely decimated abortion access in my state and in the communities that I take care of. I, every day almost, am getting calls from my colleagues in the Dallas-Fort Worth area asking how to take care of the patients that they serve. People with devastating pregnancy diagnoses, whether it's for the pregnancy itself or for them, unable to get care in our state, people with very severe chronic medical conditions with no other options, and just my neighbors, my colleagues and friends that have unintended pregnancies and have nowhere to turn to. We are working tirelessly to get people out of state, to help coordinate their care out of state, but it's a nightmare. I have never thought that medical care would come to this.
Ms. Pinheiro, SB 8 has had ripple effects across the country. Can you give us a brief overview of what it looks like for someone in Florida, especially someone who's struggling to make ends meet, to seek an abortion? And if SB 8 is in Texas, remains in effect, what does this mean for Floridians and people in other states seeking abortions?
Abortion restrictions in Florida look like people like me on a Saturday morning sitting in my client's car babysitting her child because she didn't have access to childcare, because she was busy working to trying to support her family. You know, it's interesting hearing the committee talk about people's lives like they're so frivolous. Abortion restrictions impact people who are lied to by anti-abortion pregnancy centers about their gestational age. Abortion patients in clinics and providers are moving targets for harassment. And clinics are targeted by the state and forced to endure unnecessary regulatory restrictions in having an abortion. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Bridges, during this hearing, I expect we will hear false claims comparing abortion to eugenics and our country's history of slavery. Can you share your perspective on those claims?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question. Those claims proceed from a misunderstanding of what eugenics was about. Eugenics was about state control of reproductive decisions. Eugenics was about the state deciding who could and could not become parents, who would and would not be a good parent. That's not at all what abortion is about today. Abortion is about people exacting a modicum of control over their lives, deciding to terminate a pregnancy because it is in their best interest. It is in the best interest of their children, meaning that many of the people who have abortions are already parents. And so the comparison to eugenics is not that abortion today is eugenics. In fact, abortion restrictions today are comparable to eugenics, in as much as abortion restrictions consist of the state determining what people will and will not do with their reproductive lives. It's the state deciding who will become a parent, even though those people do not desire to become a parent themselves. So again, the comparison is inapt. Abortion is not eugenics. Abortion restrictions are more akin to eugenics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am just a bit curious what the purpose of today's hearing is. We're talking about a state law that is currently under review by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will decide if the law is constitutional, and only the Supreme Court, not the House Judiciary Committee. That being said, we are here with a Texas state law in front of us. This law is currently in effect, and it is saving lives. It is saving the lives of unborn babies. Women and babies deserve better than being told that their only option is abortion. Many pro-life groups and individuals across the country reach out to pregnant women to help with support, with diapers, with housing, with love. Abortion does not help women. After saying that, I have a couple of questions for Ms. Foster. Ms. Foster, first of all, thank you for being here. I appreciate the time you took and sharing the information with us. In your experience, is it accurate to characterize elective abortion as healthcare?
It is not.
Thank you. Does that term accurately reflect what happens to a baby?
Healthcare?
Yep.
Absolutely
abortion.
not. Absolutely not.
And well, and maybe I should go back. Many of the members and witnesses present today have vigorously objected to the heartbeat law recently passed by Texas. The people of Texas chose, through their duly elected officials, to protect unborn babies at that point when a beating heart can be detected. How early can the fetal heartbeat be detected?
Frequently as early as 6 to 8 weeks.
And are there any other things you can tell us about a baby that is going on at that gestational age?
Absolutely. At that point, you can see the beginnings of their arms, their hands, their legs, their feet, hearing the heartbeat, seeing the formation of their head and their features. We're talking about a human being. Life is not frivolous. That's the entire point here. And that child in the womb who is developing, who generally by the time that you hear that heartbeat, that child will be viable, that pregnancy will be viable. And so the chances that she or he will grow to full term are very good at that point.
And Ms. Foster, I wasn't necessarily going to do it, but I did bring along a 10-week model. And just to show that it's got, you can't see it, but he's got fingers and toes and looks a lot like a little baby to me. And it saddens me when we cheapen life through abortion and just in general. But one final question, Ms. Foster. You've written about providing alternatives to abortion, real alternatives, and it's necessary to really create a culture that allows for an understanding of motherhood and that is inclusive of women's hopes and dreams. Let's support women and not push them towards the violence and neglect of abortion. How can we as a nation better provide for women facing those unexpected pregnancies with real choices?
Yes, there are so many ways that we can really stand with women in need and partners in need and support them. That involves governmental methods and nonprofits that are actively working in communities throughout our nation, outnumbering abortion facilities in the hundreds. to thousands, and are providing real alternatives, are providing material resources like diapers, clothing, formula, car seats, you name it, that are providing things like career training, parenting training, and are just providing that hope and support, encouraging women that, of course, as we know, the primary 3 reasons why women seek abortion, whether we're talking about first trimester or late term from the abortion industry's own published studies, they're financial concerns, relationship issues, and not feeling ready to be a parent. All 3 of those areas are areas where we can come alongside women and stand with women and be there for them. And that is what pregnancy resource centers are doing in the thousands and communities throughout our nation. And that's what even we have government resources for. It's to stand with the disenfranchised and with the vulnerable and provide hope and support.
Thank you very much. And I would just say in closing, I think that would be a much better use of the committee's time to be looking at what we can do to help, instead of going through a law that is sitting in front of the Supreme Court, and they will make the determination of its constitutionality. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the chairman very much, and I have the Constitution in my hand. I just want to quickly read the 9th Amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny, disparage others retained by the people. We clarify and characterize that as a right to privacy, which has not been undermined. Professor Bridges, my time is short, so very carefully, is any law that you know dealing with abortion rights, Roe v. Wade and others, forcing women to get an abortion? Is this required? Are they hauled into physician's office? Or is this protection for their choice and their right to privacy? Professor Bridges?
Thank you for the question. No, no one's being coerced into an abortion.
And so today I want to focus on a legislation that I have that I'm very grateful that many members of the Judiciary Committee have decided to join, and we hope more will. The Preventing Vigilante Stalking that stops violence, stops women's access to health care and abortion rights. Again, H.R. 5710, Preventing Vigilante Stalking that stops women's access to health care and abortion rights. A new study by Dr. David Eisenberg, a board-certified obstetrician gynecologist, and I think this has an overall impact, estimates that Texas SB 8's new restrictions on women's health could cause increases in maternal mortality, already high, of up to 15% overall and up to 33% for Black women. Can you focus on the outright horror of what it means to have a private citizen, even if you don't know the particulars, a private citizen to have the capacity to stalk you and to receive money on your bounty in terms of the provider and or the woman? Dr. Moayedi?
Thank you so much for the question, Representative. I don't have to imagine what it's like to have violent people stalking me, because that is actually my life every single day as an abortion provider in Texas. I am followed into my job. I am screamed at. My child is screamed at by people that purport to love children. I get hate messages and death threats to my home simply for caring for my community. So it's very disturbing for me personally to hear people proclaim to be pro-life while they actively threaten my life and my child's life.
Would a federal law,
This law,
would a federal
Yes,
law
ma'am.
to prevent this kind of stalking at least give you a sense that the federal government understands how criminal that behavior is, even though it's a private citizen? Would a federal law preventing that?
Yeah, I'm not a politician, and so I don't really understand the ins and outs of a policy like that. I know that there are federal laws right now that should prevent these people from blocking access to our clinics and harassing our patients, but it does not. And so I welcome any opportunity to make our clinics more secure from violent protesters and to make my life safer from violent people. I'm just not sure what the right answer is.
Well, the stalking law is different. It stops people from stalking you under the federal stalking law. Would that help you?
I hope it would. I'm not sure. what I understand from stalking is that it has to be very persistent and routine. And so it is often very hard for us now, even to get the FBI or local police departments to care about the current harassment that we get.
I appreciate it. That would change. Professor Bridges, the same, as you well know, not since the Fugitive Slave Law, we had this kind of independent bounty hunting going on. Very briefly, would a modification of the federal statute on stalking to stop people who are stalking you to prevent you to get health information or abortions, would that help? The whole bill needs to be eliminated, but would that help overall?
I would have to see the text of the bill that addresses stalking in order for me to offer a formal opinion, and in order for me to determine whether it will in fact help. But I welcome any effort that will help people in Texas and people across this country exercise their constitutionally protected right to terminate a pregnancy before viability.
Thank you. Let me say to Stephanie, let me thank you for your courage, and you should not have faced what you faced. And I would simply raise the question, being in Florida as well, what do you think of a law that now is being promoted in other states that gives a private citizen, in addition to what you had to go to, expose yourself in court, but a private citizen the right to stalk you and get a bounty? What does that do to your privacy?
It scares me. It scares the people that I support every day to get an abortion. I also welcome any legislation that would support with protecting clinic entrances. And I will say that unfortunately, people break the law every day, right? So enacting a law that would criminalize this behavior would be great. It wouldn't eliminate stalking from happening.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Mr. Shabbat.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you
nearly
for your
50
answer.
years ago, the Supreme Court handed down one of its most controversial ever decisions, Roe v. Wade. Since that ruling, there have been over 60 million abortions in this country. 60 million innocent lives ended before they even had a chance. That's over 1 million abortions each year since this slaughter was legalized back in 1973 on January 22nd, which happens to be my birthday. Planned Parenthood alone performs over 320,000 abortions each year. That's approximately the population of my hometown, Cincinnati, Ohio. So Planned Parenthood essentially wipes out the equivalent of the population of Cincinnati every year, year after year. Mr. Chairman, life is precious, and we should do all we can to protect it. Since I was elected here, been involved in a whole range of pieces of legislation, introduced the ban on partial birth abortion, for example, which President Bush signed into law. It went all the way U.S. Supreme Court. They upheld it, and it's now the law of the land. But there are still far too many abortions in this country. The legislation that we're discussing today is Texas Law SB 8, and it would effectively, of course, ban abortions after a heartbeat is detected in the womb. This legislation has been described by many in the media as extreme and unprecedented. In reality, we've been discussing a ban on abortions after a heartbeat for years. In fact, 13 states, including my home state of Ohio, have enacted some form of legislation which prohibits abortions if a heartbeat is detected. And there's the Federal Heartbeat Protection Act, which Mike Kelly, a member of this institution, has co-sponsored, along with many of us, and a number on this committee. And so, Mr. Chairman, banning abortions after a baby's heartbeat is detected is neither extreme nor unprecedented. But I'll tell you something that is extreme, and that's allowing a massive abortion outfit like Planned Parenthood to kill the equivalent of Cincinnati's population every year. And something else that's extreme is witnessing members on the other side of the aisle abandoning the Hyde Amendment, which has enjoyed bipartisan support for 40 years now and has saved nearly 2.5 million lives. Getting rid of the Hyde Amendment will force American taxpayers to pay for other people's abortions. But even though the radical left is fully in control in the House and in the Senate and in the White House, states and local governments are fighting back. In addition to the heartbeat bills that we've already mentioned, earlier this year, 2 cities in my congressional district, Lebanon and Mason, became the first cities in Ohio to pass an ordinance making them pro-life sanctuary cities and forbidding abortions within their city limits. And I applaud the leaders in both of those communities for taking that brave stance, and I hope others will follow that example. Mr. Chairman, we need to be direct and honest about what's being discussed here today. Abortion is not health care. It's a barbaric procedure that ends the life of an unborn baby. By 10 weeks, an unborn baby has arms and legs and fingers and toes, and among other things, he or she can suck their thumb, stretch, jump when startled. In short, these babies are alive, and they deserve our protection. Ms. Glenn Foster, let me ask you this. One of our other witnesses has already quite astonishingly said that abortion is an act of love. Is that your opinion?
It is not. Life is not frivolous. Abortion is not health care. That's the whole point. And I never thought that I would hear an OBGYN tell this committee that dismembering a fellow human being is an act of love, an act of freedom. We can and we must do better.
Thank you. You mentioned the dismemberment abortion, and when we passed the Partial Birth Abortion Ban Act, we knew we were stopping thousands of abortions each year, but we knew there were other forms. Could you, and I know it's pretty horrific, but could you describe essentially what a dismemberment abortion is, which is still legal in this country?
Certainly. It involves inserting tools into the uterus, into the womb, to literally rip a child apart limb from limb. That's really the crux of it.
Pretty horrific stuff. And these babies oftentimes are capable of feeling pain. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If you're doing prenatal surgery, then not only do you provide anesthesia to the mother, you also treat the baby's potential pain.
And one last, I'm almost out of time. You know, we're trying to protect both the health of the woman and the baby. Is that right? We're trying to protect both.
Yes, and the majority of Americans understand that when we pass pro-life laws, that is what we are doing. We're protecting both mother and child.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for holding this hearing. And Professor Bridges, let's start with the obvious. Texas's law known as SB 8 bans abortion at roughly 6 weeks of pregnancy. Isn't SB 8 a clear violation of the right to abortion prior to fetal viability, that right having been established under Roe versus Wade and reaffirmed in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, and most recently in 2018 in June Medical Services versus Russo?
Absolutely. In the words of Justice Sotomayor, SB 8 is flagrantly unconstitutional. Nevertheless, it is in effect.
So it would be fair to say that SB 8 is actually blatantly constitutional.
It's
blatantly unconstitutional.
Absolutely. Every superlative I have for you: blatantly, flagrantly, obviously, undeniably, all of them.
Well, Professor Bridges, what do you make of the United States Supreme Court's decision to allow the blatantly unconstitutional SB 8 to remain in effect while its constitutionality is challenged in the lower courts?
I take that to be a sign that the Supreme Court has backed away from its role as the apolitical branch of government. While the executive and the legislative branches are supposed to be the political branches, the judiciary is supposed to be the apolitical branch. Nevertheless, the Supreme Court is making decisions that reveal that it is being motivated by raw political will, raw political power.
Well, Professor Bridges, was it extraordinary for the Supreme Court, without full briefing, without oral argument, and without even the dignity of a reasoned opinion, to use its shadow docket to temporarily allow the state of Texas to deny a recognized constitutional right to nearly 1 out of every 10 women of reproductive age in this country?
Absolutely. It was extraordinary. It was egregious. It was extreme. No, prior to September 1, very few people would have imagined that the Supreme Court would let a flagrantly unconstitutional law go into effect when it had the power to enjoin it.
And in fact, Professor Bridges, by allowing SB 8 to remain in effect during the pendency of the challenge to its constitutionality, the Supreme Court itself ignored stare decisis and denied every woman in the entire state of Texas a fundamental constitutional right. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. The Supreme Court backed away from its own established precedents, even regarding the shadow docket, which is to preserve the status quo. The Supreme Court allowed the status quo to change, and in allowing the status quo to change, it allowed for the infringement of the Texans' right to terminate a pregnancy before viability.
And you've touched on this, Professor Bridges. Does the Supreme Court's decision to allow SB 8 to remain in effect indicate how this ultra-conservative majority will approach future abortion cases?
Well, it sends the strongest signal I can imagine about how the Supreme Court feels about abortion rights, which are still fundamental rights under the U.S. Constitution. The Supreme Court's holding in Whole Woman's Health versus Jackson, its decision to let that flagrantly unconstitutional law go into effect, reveals that the Supreme Court does not care much for the abortion right, that it will not protect the abortion right in the same way that it will protect other rights that it favors.
Thank you, Professor. SB 8 is touted as protecting women when in fact it's doing nothing more than attempting to control, criminalize, and dehumanize women and their ability to exercise control over their reproductive health. Ms. Pinheiro, thank you for sharing your story here with us today. And based on your experiences, what substantive effects would the outcome that Professor Bridges just discussed have on individuals in your state?
People in the state of Florida are already facing restrictions to abortions. Florida has a 24-week gestational ban already in place, and any delay in abortion care should be and remain unconstitutional.
Thank you. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Gohmert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for testifying today. Dr. Moyetti, as I understood from your testimony, you've done late-term abortions, correct?
Sir, that's not a medical term, but I provide abortion care, yes.
Even past 22 weeks at times when it's allowed, right?
Depending on the jurisdiction in which I'm providing care, yes.
Yeah. We had some years back, some of y'all may remember, a person who had provided late-term abortion. And it is interesting, in the medical field there are terms, in the legal field there are terms, but he described in detail, I think he said he'd done over 1,000 late-term abortions, or if you prefer, dismemberment abortions. And he described in much greater detail, Ms. Foster, about the instrument that was used to insert into the womb. And he described how he would feel around for something linear. And the longer linear he knew was a leg, he would clamp on. And he described in detail how he would pull that leg out of socket and pull it from the body. And then how he would then find another linear object about the same length, rip that off of the body, and then feel around for two shorter linear items, knowing those were the two arms, rip them out from the body. And once they were removed, he said, in his words, would feel for something bulbous. And you knew that was the skull. And you would clamp onto the skull and crush it because the child's head would not come through the uterus with that was at that point, not dilated. And then it would be easier once you had crushed the skull, yanked it away from the body, to then pull the body out. For some of us, that is considered, and I know Dr. Moyetti used the term hateful and cruel with regard to the Texas law, but some of us would describe that procedure of ripping arms and legs and the head off of a baby as being a bit hateful and cruel. We've also heard that reference to your position being somewhat hateful and cruel. Ms. Foster, do you disagree that mothers who are carrying a child that they didn't expect or did not want deserve to be loved?
Of course, absolutely.
Have you provided help to mothers in that condition?
I have in a variety of ways. First of all, I was myself in that position when I was 19 years old. I needed that help and love. I did not find it. So I've spent the years since trying to be that hope and help and love to other women and other families. I served as chair of the board of a pregnancy center for a number of years. I still continue to serve on that board. I have volunteered with numerous other pregnancy centers. I have sidewalk counseled. I have reached out to women and families in my community and simply served as a safe space and a sounding board and a resource so that when people found themselves in an unexpected situation, they would be able to find out more and get information about where to go.
Thank you. And Dr. Moyetti, when you've done abortions, is there another physician there, or are you the only medical doctor involved in the abortion?
I'm a doctor of osteopathic medicine, and depending on where I
Okay.
provide abortion care, there might be another physician in the room or not.
Yeah. I was just curious because when my wife's and my first daughter, she's amazing. When she was born very prematurely, we had the OB-GYN, and we also had a pediatrician there whose sole goal and job was to protect the entrance of our child. And he did an amazing job. It required hospitalization and intubation, all kinds of things, but I'm so thankful we had a pediatrician there looking out for the interests of the child and an OB-GYN looking for the mother. I commend that to everyone else. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass, you should unmute yourself.
I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for conducting this important hearing and to the witnesses for your testimony here today. It's not lost on me that we are here discussing a bill that empowers essentially vigilantes to circumvent the rights of others. And I really wanted to ask one of the witnesses, Professor Bridges, if you could talk about that aspect of the bill, and then also put it in its historical context in terms of that type of policing and the impact that that's going to have and how you imagine that's going to play out in the state of Texas.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So what, the term that you use, vigilante justice, is precisely what I would use to describe what's going on in Texas. Essentially, the state is allowing, the Supreme Court has allowed the state to allow private citizens to police, to terrorize, to control the bodies of other private citizens. That is precisely how we would describe chattel slavery in this country, for example. The state was permitted to allow private citizens to police, terrorize, control the bodies of the other human beings who they considered to be property. I will also note that the analogy is not an opposite at all, because part and parcel of chattel slavery was the control of people's reproductive lives. It was because humans were property. It was an incentive of the people who purported to own that property to coerce the birth of more property. And so the state allowed private citizens to coerce birth from people. That's precisely what's happening in Texas.
Well, but let me just ask you, because that doesn't apply to everyone. I don't think it applied to everyone back in the days of enslavement. And I don't know if the vigilantism that is okay in this bill applies to everyone either. I mean, for example, I don't know to the extent that that would apply to a woman who is particularly affluent. I don't exactly know, and maybe you can describe a little bit about that. I also think it's kind of ironic because right now they just finished picking the jury in the Ahmaud Arbery trial. And that was, to me, exactly that type of vigilantism. The young man was jogging and he was essentially gunned down because they assumed that he had done something wrong. So how does it even work in the bill? I mean, how is somebody supposed to know the woman in that car is where she's going?
Right, you just got to guess. And the thing is that the bill incentivizes people to guess, to attempt to reap the monetary rewards of a successful lawsuit. One thing that I just want to mention, thank you for bringing up Ahmaud Arbery. It's such a tragedy, but at least his family has the ability to try to seek justice in the courts. What the Supreme Court has done up until right now, we're still in a world in which the Supreme Court has boxed individuals out of the federal judiciary. There's nowhere where we can seek recourse. And so that is why Congress has to act.
Well, I wanted to know also if you could talk about maybe other aspects of this history in the criminal justice system. I mean, you mentioned the period of enslavement. But I want to know if you could describe other times, and if you could also speak about how abortion bans and restrictions are already used to criminalize people accessing abortion and how it could get worse if Roe is overturned.
Right. I mean, so I spoke about chattel slavery, but we know that history extends well beyond chattel slavery throughout Reconstruction. It took a civil rights movement before people of color were granted formal citizenship. And so private actors were permitted to control their lives. I want to spend some time, though, talking about how bans and regulations like SB 8 move abortion access out of the hands of the most marginalized people. And what that means is, so those with privilege, as you gestured to before, are able to travel to Kansas, they're able to travel to Oklahoma, they're able to travel to my state of California. They are exercising their constitutional rights, albeit burdened. The most marginalized aren't able to do that. And what that means is that they're resorting to methods that have been criminalized, especially in Texas.
Well, I actually wonder whether an affluent woman would have to leave the state, because I would imagine that a woman of affluence could have that type of care right there in the state of Texas.
Absolutely. We know that in pre-Roe era, people were able to get abortions from their obstetricians.
All right, thank you. I'm out of town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Bridges, you're familiar with a great deal of constitutional law. Would you say that the decisions decided by the Supreme Court against President Trump were appropriate in deciding the questions of the election?
I am a constitutional law scholar, but I do not do, my expertise is not in election law.
I understand, but you were, you're at UC Berkeley, you're a professor. You did note those decisions, didn't you? Did you think that they were reasoned? Did you have any objections to them?
I could speak about how I felt about them from a layperson's perspective, but because I'm not an election law scholar, I can't speak on the well-reasoned nature or not of those decisions.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, do you find it interesting that everyone seems to have an opinion that the Supreme Court is extreme and biased when it comes to one issue, but this would be no exception. Anytime the court seems to rule against what conservatives would like, I hear nothing but that they're well-reasoned and balanced. Do you find that humorous, even from your position, not as a scholar in that area?
It certainly is interesting. As we heard earlier, Chuck Schumer stood on the steps of the Supreme Court on March 4th, 2020, and threatened Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, prompting a rare public response from the Chief Justice, who called the remarks inappropriate and dangerous. We see these transparent efforts to bully the Supreme Court into issuing opinions that serve certain policy goals rather than interpreting the Constitution. And I believe we should all be raising our sights. We know that too much of life in Washington can feel like political theater. Today need not be that way. We can all care about women here today, and we do, but true care must start with the stopping of abortion.
And to that extent, it is interesting to me that the Associated Press and the University of Chicago found that 65% Americans said abortion during the second trimester was wrong, and 80% in the third trimester. It's interesting that more than half of the witnesses and more than half of the people here on this dais have the exact opposite opinion as 80% of Americans, including, President Biden, who, unlike the chairman, has expressed skepticism in court packing as a solution. I want to play something for the record here very quickly.
Our vision should be of an America where abortion is safe and legal, but rare.
Did you hear anything today from the majority that implied that they agreed with President Clinton on the rare part of abortion?
It seems like today the focus is on making abortion legal and ubiquitous, but certainly not rare, and as we all too often see, not safe. We need a court that is concerned with justice.
Well, and speaking of justice, look, I'm from a state where even trying to provide abortion alternatives, even making young pregnant women in need aware of families who would adopt their child and give them a good home is discouraged and sometimes prohibited. So I'm not from a state that is like Texas. But looking at Texas and Florida for a moment, did Texas and Florida, for example, at 22 weeks, is it consistent with the Roe decision? Is Florida, in that part of its law, looking at viability and setting a number which is certainly viable with today's science?
Absolutely. Florida's law regarding late-term abortions is completely in line with the Constitution, is completely in line with viability and the limits set by Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, and it is in line with the opinion of the vast majority of Americans, including Democrats and self-described pro-choice Americans.
So today we're hearing something that is inconsistent with 80% of Americans. We're hearing testimony, except for yours, that implies extreme by a court that has been well-balanced, and we're hearing that somehow it's extreme to set 22 weeks, a point at which babies are regularly born alive and well, is somehow wrong. Isn't that what we're hearing here today?
That is what we're hearing, and there is nothing more tragic than abortion killing when a child can already definitively survive. There is no medical basis for killing a child at 22 weeks or later, absolutely none, and you don't need to be a doctor to make that decision or judgment. You simply need to be a human being.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rest my case.
The gentleman's time has expired. There are a series of votes that have started on the floor. So the committee will be in. You think we can do one more? Okay, we'll do one more. Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for convening this incredibly important hearing. Ms. Foster, the Texas law doesn't start at 22 weeks. Is that correct in terms of its restriction?
That is correct.
It starts at 6 weeks. Is that true?
It does.
Okay, so I'm not really certain what the prior conversation was about.
Would the gentleman
given
yield?
No, I won't. If, under the Texas abortion ban, someone who misses that 6-week window would be forced to carry their pregnancy to term, even if they were raped. Is that correct?
Under the Texas law, that the protections for the mother and for the child start with that detection of the heartbeat at 6 weeks, yes.
Right, so there is no exception beyond the 6-week period for rape, correct?
You know, when we're talking about rape, it is a horrible tragedy, period. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about that, and we need to rid the world of those kinds of actions. But nowhere in our justice system is there ever a time when the innocent has to pay for the crime of another, for the crime of the father. The killing of a baby for the crimes of his or her father is never justice. In fact, that's injustice.
All right, the question is there a rape exception? The answer is no. And the question, that's interesting because you were talking with my former colleagues about public sentiment. Is the absence of a rape exception popular amongst the American people or even the people in the great state of Texas?
Yes, 55% of Texans support the heartbeat law, let alone something as far along as 22 weeks. So yes, most Americans and most Texans do support this heartbeat law.
Yeah, that's very inconsistent, and that wasn't an answer to the question that I asked. Let's go to another particular issue. If someone misses this 6-week window and the pregnancy resulted from incest, would they still be forced to carry that baby to term?
Again, I would simply say the child does not deserve the death penalty for the father's crime. And so the heartbeat bill is protecting children from the moment that that heartbeat is detected.
Right, so there's no incest exception in the Texas so-called statute, is that correct?
Wouldn't that fall under rape as well?
It's a yes or no question.
Correct.
Is there an incest exception, yes or no?
There is no specific incest exception, but the child does not deserve to die because of the crime of a father.
Okay, Professor Bridges, let me ask you a question, picking up on a theme that my colleague Karen Bass was pursuing with you in terms of criminalization. And would the outlawing of abortion and restricting the reproductive freedom of women, as is being done in a very extreme and draconian way in Texas, would that have a disproportionately adverse impact on Black women?
Absolutely. And this is true for a number of reasons. One, Black people disproportionately bear the burdens of poverty. So that means, two, that they disproportionately have higher rates of unintended pregnancy, which is the main reason why people choose to exercise their constitutional right to terminate a pregnancy. Moreover, if they do not have the right to legally terminate a pregnancy, that means that people will resort to things that have been criminalized. We know, just look across the country, that even though we have race-neutral criminal statutes that are supposed to apply to everyone equally, people of color are those who are disproportionately arrested, indicted, convicted, incarcerated under our criminal laws. And so any criminal law we can expect to have a disproportionate impact on people of color.
Well, thank you very much. And just in closing, I know my colleague talked about the issues in terms of the Supreme Court. I respect all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle as we debate and discuss all of these issues. But part of the challenge that many of us have with this current extreme right-wing Supreme Court is that, engineered by Mitch McConnell, he stole not one, but two Supreme Court justices. One from President Obama and the other from President Biden, explicitly to jam these types
The gentleman's time has
extreme laws
expired.
down the throats of the American people. Thank you very much, and I yield back. Mr. Chairman, Jerry Nadler.
The gentleman yields back. A series of votes have been called on the House floor. Therefore, the committee will take a recess and will return immediately after the conclusion of these votes. The committee stands in recess. The committee will come to order. Before we begin, I want to apologize to our witnesses for the lengthy and unexpected break for votes. We appreciate your staying with us so we can continue this important hearing. Mr. Jeffries was the last, so Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman?
What, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah. Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Jordan.
our witness was unable to stay. And frankly, if we'd have started this committee on time, we'd have got to hear from her. She was doing an amazing job. Started 2 hours late, and then the Democrats add votes during the vote series that weren't scheduled, and now we have no witness.
Well, your staff indicated that that was fine at the time.
Indicate what was fine at the time. You started the committee 2 hours late?
Yes, we had a Democratic caucus, and we informed your staff, and they indicated it was fine.
Not aware of any indication to that effect at all. All I know is our witness can't be here. She had family commitments she had to get back home for.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the, we have 3 witnesses here. I
No,
don't know what the alternative is.
The point is, when you schedule a hearing, it's not the Republicans' fault or the Republican invited witnesses' fault that you guys don't have the votes for this package that's going to harm the country. That's not our problem.
I'm not going to get into
Now we
the
don't have a
merits-
witness.
I'm not getting into the merits of whatever we're doing other than the committee right now. We have no alternative but to continue the hearing, because when would we reconvene it?
Well, that's up to you. You don't. I don't get to schedule things.
We're going-
I wish I
we're
did.
going-
We'd
we're
have started
going-
if I get to schedule things, we'd have started at 10.
Yeah, well, I didn't have that, I didn't have that choice.
Well, I mean, you're the chairman. Of
Here-
course you had that choice.
The hearing will continue. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, our Democrat colleagues brought us here. We heard this morning before we had to break a lot of grandstanding about abortion rights, and we came here so they could criticize a state law. Rather than hold a hearing on several important legislative items that have long been awaiting a hearing in this committee on this very topic of abortion, we have a number of bills we would love to have heard. My questions are for Ms. Moyedi, who boasted on her Twitter feed on October 26th, complete with a dancing Egyptian princess meme, the following. Here it is. She said, "Some days I leave clinic and think, damn, I really was put on this earth to be the best damn abortion provider this side of the Mississippi. Not a humble brag, that's a full-on brag. I'm that good." 3 hearts. Well, with those credentials, ma'am, I'm really glad you're here, at least on video, and I really wish I had a full day to ask you some questions. But let's start with the written testimony you submitted for this hearing. I've highlighted some of the truly incredible statements you made there. The stunning irony of the opening of your 4th paragraph really struck me. You wrote, "I want this committee to spend a few moments thinking about what it's like to be a person needing abortion care in this country." So, just so I have this straight, you want us to, quote, think about what it's like to be a person? Really? What about those thousands of innocent preborn children that you've been involved in the abortion of? What about them? As the National Right to Life Committee summarizes so well, when a woman is pregnant, science tells us that the new life she carries is a completely separate and fully new human being from the moment of fertilization. By the time most abortions can be performed, the baby already has a beating heart and identifiable brain waves. The baby living in her mother is as distinct and unique a separate person, human being, as I am from you. This human being, like all of us, has the inalienable right to life and deserves the full protection under the law. The baby that every mother carries as she faces life and death decisions has a beating heart at 22 days after fertilization, brainwaves as early as 6 weeks after fertilization. Most abortions are not performed until at least on or after 9 weeks of the pregnancy. This is a model of a 10-week-old preborn child. It obviously is a child. If you look at it at this stage, he or she has fingers and toes. They begin to practice breathing and facial expressions, even smiling. That's a very tiny person, ma'am. That's what we're talking about. So yeah, let's consider what it means to be a person. Your written testimony goes on to describe the Texas heartbeat law as, quote, incredibly wrong, hateful and cruel, and dehumanizing to the clients you serve. And again, I just ask myself, really? What about the brutal violence and the murder that is committed upon the preborn child? That is the ultimate violation of human rights, the ultimate hateful and cruel act, the ultimate dehumanizing act. It's as if the world is upside down. I was particularly stunned to read the conclusion of your written testimony, ma'am, where you said, quote, "Abortion is love. Abortion is a blessing." What a twisted thing it is to suggest that the murder of 62 million innocent preborn children in this country is a blessing. Whether you or your friends acknowledge it or not, abortion is the horrible violation of the most essential truths and commands of our Creator. Scripture clearly teaches, and our Declaration of Independence plainly affirms, a self-evident truth, not an opinion, but a self-evident truth, that we're all created by God and given by Him the same inalienable rights, beginning with the right to life. Congress has a duty to protect these fundamental rights and the lives of the preborn because they are unable to protect themselves. To put it bluntly, our duty is to protect these innocent children from the unimaginable callousness, barbaric violence that is done at the hands of the industry you represent. All life is precious. Because we're all made in God's image, every single one of us has inestimable dignity and value, and our value is not related in any way to the color of our skin, the zip code we live in, how good looking we are, where we went to school. Our value is inherent because it's given to us by God. It's a biological reality that a preborn child is a member of the human family, and more the American people understand that. On October 9th, Ms. Moyedi, you tweeted, "It's okay and healthy to have sex for pleasure. Birth is punishment for pleasure." Just want to make sure everybody knows the credentials of our witnesses here. Here's another one. October 13th, somebody tweeted, "Was your abortion experience funny? If so, direct mail or email me at their email address." You shared that tweet and you said, "I can't wait to read this piece," with 3 hearts. Look, I think that says enough about the credentials and about the arguments that are being made here. I think the American people make the judgment for themselves. Abortion is not funny. It's an unspeakable tragedy. I think this hearing is a mockery of it. I think the challenge to the Texas state law is wrong, and I'm out of time. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Nadler, for convening this important hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I'm glad that this committee is making clear the dire consequences of SB 8 for American women in Texas and the surrounding states and all across the country. But to be honest, it's sort of disappointing that we need to convene this hearing at all, or to have this debate, because so many of us thought that this issue was well-settled law in the United States by the decision by the United States Supreme Court in Roe versus Wade. And in fact, I'm not alone in that conclusion. 58% of Americans are opposed to overturning Roe versus Wade, and 8 in 10 Americans support legal abortion. So lots of people thought this was settled law. I note that in her written testimony, Ms. Foster says that the Supreme Court, I quote, "can and should take the opportunity to recognize the unsettled nature of Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood of Southeastern Pennsylvania versus Casey." So my first question is for you, Professor Bridges. Are Roe and Casey unsettled law in any way?
Absolutely not. Roe versus Wade is half a century old. It is completely workable. The undue burden standard that Casey established for reviewing the constitutionality of abortion regulations that burden the abortion right, the fundamental right to abortion, has been workable. We've been working it for 30 years. There's nothing unsettled about Roe or Casey.
Thank you. Dr. Moyedi, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. We've heard a lot of misinformation about abortion care from the other side during this hearing today. Let me be clear, abortion care is critical, often life-saving health care. To start, is there any scientific or medical justification for a 6-week ban on abortion?
There's no medical or scientific explanation or justification for any restrictions on abortion care. Abortion is exceedingly safe. It is life-saving, and it is critical to the health and safety of our families and communities.
And is there any other misinformation about abortion care that you would like to correct for the record today?
Yes, really most everything that has been spoken about abortion care, especially I'm troubled by asking a lawyer earlier to answer questions about healthcare. I think that really speaks to how some members of this committee feel about science and medicine in general. I'll say that you cannot have birth and healthy pregnancy without access to abortion care. It is not possible. Abortion care is life-saving. The people I take care of trust me to listen to them, and I trust them to make the best decisions for themselves and for their families. When people come to see me, I offer them non-judgmental, non-biased, non-directive information and education so that they can make decisions for themselves. And I trust them to make the right decisions for themselves.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Ms. Pinheiro, thank you so much for your very powerful testimony and for being here today. Ms. Foster cited a number of justifications for the lack of a rape exception in SB 8. And as a sexual assault survivor, I can only imagine how difficult it was to hear those answers. And I'd like to give you the opportunity to respond to anything Ms. Foster said with respect to this legislation having no rape exception. And to be clear, to require victims of sexual assault, rape, to compel them to give birth to the child of their assailant.
Thank you for the question, Congressman, and I'm really glad that I'll have the opportunity to respond to it. I, as a survivor, firmly feel both appalled and worried that elected officials would affirm that forcing survivors of incest and rape to remain pregnant is okay. I'm worried for many people in this country who need abortion care. I'm worried for the millions of survivors of incest and sexual assault that suffer every day at the hands of abusers, at the hands of stigma. And as I sat here listening to that, I think about all the women in my life who I love, who are also survivors, who called to thank me today for sharing my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing today is another attempt by Democrats to promote and glorify abortion. And as Ms. Foster said, it is also to increase the number of abortions in this country. Earlier this year, President Biden sent a budget request to Congress that did not contain any pro-life protections. And every president since Jimmy Carter has either requested pro-life protections or signed appropriations bills into law that contained pro-life protections. Senator Biden supported the Hyde Amendment, but President Biden has bowed to pressure and renounced the Hyde Amendment. In June, House Democrats passed several appropriations bills that did not include any pro-life protections that had historically received bipartisan support. In September, House Democrats passed the Women's Health Protection Act of 2021, a misnomer, as health protection inherently does not involve the taking of a life, which would codify into federal law abortion on demand. In fact, we've heard the abortion providers and supporters testify today that this is a safe medical procedure. And yet, a safe medical procedure that has two healthy lives go into that procedure, and yet only one comes out alive, is not really health care, nor is it safe medical care. If the Women's Health Protection Act of 2021 were enacted, states would be prohibited from protecting unborn children at any stage of development. Only one Democrat voted against the bill. That's how far the Democrat Party has moved on this issue. We heard a statement in OGR by a witness. She said it again today, that abortion is a blessing, an act of love, it's freedom, unless you happen to be the baby in the womb. Then it's not so much of a blessing. Really? And yet that same witness said that when she has been stalked and she wants to make, quote, I want to make my life safer from dangerous people, close quote. She should be safer from dangerous people. I agree with that. Just like the baby in the womb should be safe from her and dangerous people just like her. So, ending the life of an unborn child should never be the easiest decision you make. Abortion is not a blessing, it's not an act of love or freedom. We should all reflect on Mother Teresa's words from her address at the National Prayer Breakfast. She said, quote, I feel that the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion. It is really a war against the child, a direct killing of the innocent child, murder by the mother herself. And if we accept that the mother can kill even her own child, how can we tell other people not to kill one another, close quote. But the Democrat majority in this House is obsessed with abortion. It is obsessed with ensuring that states are unable to pass laws to protect the unborn. Well, we concede, not just concede, we champion. We shout from the rooftops that every life is precious and should be cherished. In fact, the Declaration of Independence says we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They're endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You can't have liberty unless you're alive, and you can't pursue happiness unless you're alive. We must protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and abortion does not protect any of these rights. It destroys these rights. At the same oversight hearing, one of the witnesses referred to pro-life protections such as the Hyde Amendment as discriminatory, classist, and racist. And a member of this House stated that abortion restrictions are part of the intertwined systems of oppression that deny Black, Indigenous, and people of color of their constitutional rights. Gloria Steinem claimed, quote, "I think there's a profoundly racist resistance to the continuation of the right to safe and legal abortion, and we see that in the nature of the resistors and the nature of their politics," close quote. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Hyde Amendment and other pro-life protections are not racist. They actually save lives. However, Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, was a racist, once saying, "We don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the African-American population." And I will submit into the record the document where she said that. And yet Democrats can't stop defending Planned Parenthood. Instead of celebrating abortion, we should all be united in working to preserve life. I would ask Ms. Foster if she was here, but after 8 hours of delays today, our witness is not here for me to ask certain questions. But I can conclude, as I'm sure she would, that are we as a nation worse off because there are fewer abortions? The answer would be indeed yes. We are a stronger nation when we protect those that cannot protect themselves, such as the unborn. And Mr. Chairman, I submit to the record the following articles. One titled, "Margaret Sanger founded Planned Parenthood on Racism." Another called, "Margaret Sanger's Racist Legacy Lives On at Planned Parenthood." And the third is, "Remove Statues of Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood Founder Tied to Eugenics and Racism." And I'll yield back.
Without objection, and the gentleman yields back. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I'm hoping that I could use my few minutes here to cut through the thick fog of political rhetoric we've been hearing to try to identify what's really at stake in the discussion right now. And I want to thank our GOP colleagues for inviting Ms. Foster to come in to testify, because her testimony was extraordinarily clarifying of what the position of the party and members of this committee is at this point in the debate. The majority stands with versus Wade and and over a half century that a woman had a right in her procreative and reproductive decision, consultation with husband, her partner, her physician, her family. She can make the decision that she needs, originally according to the trimester framework, but then for an abortion in the event of that the abortion takes place pre-viability, that is before a fetus could live outside the body of the mother. That is the Supreme Court's jurisprudence today, and that's where we are in America. And I think it corresponds to the views of the vast majority of the American people that within the early period where you have a non-viable fetus, that it is within the woman's right to choose under substantive due process liberty, is part of the freedom of Americans to make that decision. Now, Ms. Foster referred to abortions as murder of children and the murder of 20 million. I think we just heard from our distinguished colleague from Louisiana, it's 22 million people who were killed, or children who were killed. She referred to it as a genocide. And so, but
62
I want to
million.
be clear. I'm sorry, 62 million. Okay. So it's 10 times, and I've heard this also in anti-abortion rhetoric, 10 times the Holocaust that took place in Europe against the Jews. 62 million, what she described as our fellow human beings and children, have been killed through abortion. Okay. And I appreciate the moral clarity of her position. She says that under the Declaration, and we just heard another colleague invoke the Declaration, and under the Constitution, that a fetus is a person within the meaning of Fifth Amendment and 14th Amendment due process. And I confirmed that with her, but right after her testimony, she's from Maryland. And I said, I just want to make sure that it's your position that a fetus is a person within the meaning of the Constitution. And she said, absolutely. Now, the reason this is so important is this. We've seen with the Texas law, which of course bans abortion in the vast majority of cases. It bans it for cases of rape. And she was very enthusiastic and proud of that fact. It bans it in the case of incest, and it converts everything into this system of bounty hunting where people are essentially turned into vigilantes and they can go and sue a doctor or a nurse or family members who help a woman exercise her constitutional rights. So what's happened in Texas, of course, is that people are flowing to Oklahoma, or they're going to Louisiana, or they're going to other parts of the country where they can get an abortion. And I think some people feel, well, that's okay. You'll have this sort of checkerboard thing. Some states, it'll be like the Handmaid's Tale, but you'll be able to flee to another state. But if you listen to what Ms. Foster is saying and what a number of our colleagues are saying today, is they want a situation where abortion at any point is considered murder under the Constitution of the United States. So if you follow the logic of her argument, abortion could not be allowed in any case, in any state, for rape or incest or anything else, because it would be like allowing a state government to permit the mass murder of a subpart of the population. And I appreciate the honesty of that view. It is an extremist view way outside of where the vast majority of the American people are. But if you listen to the rhetoric of our colleagues, if you listen to the rhetoric of Ms. Foster, all of them seem to be saying that a fetus is a person within the meaning of our Constitution. And not only is it okay for Texas essentially to make it impossible for a woman to get an abortion, which is why they're all trying to get out on the Greyhound buses or whatever to Louisiana or Oklahoma or California. But in every state, it should be banned. And if they don't believe that, then I think they should explain why they think it's okay for abortion to take place in some states and it's not murder, but in other states it is. If some of them are saying what certain people are saying, just let the states decide, I would like them to announce that they think that it should be a right in the states that want to make it a right. But it sounds to me like the new position of the Republican Party is that we should have a blanket ban on abortion across the land, and it is murder everywhere. And that is the logic of the moral and constitutional position that they have advanced today. And if I've got
The gentleman's time has expired, Mr. Roy.
Well, I thank the chairman. The one word that has been consistently missing from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle today is heartbeat. Because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to start with the concept of heartbeat. That's what this law is titled. That's what drove and motivated the people of Texas, was to protect life when there was a heartbeat that was able to be identified. Every one of us in this room has a heartbeat. Every one of us knows the tie of heartbeat to life. And that's what is at the center of this whole conversation. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to start with that. And if you listen to what my colleague from Maryland just said, when he was starting from the proposition of what it means in terms of banning certain abortions at certain times, or as he was saying, a national ban, as he was hypothesizing, he's starting from the premise, not from the starting place of life and trying to defend life, but from the standpoint of law with respect to our current abortion law. But that's because my colleagues don't want to start with the concept of life, because it's a messy business. As my colleague from Texas, Mr. Gohmert, described earlier, it's a messy business. There's been a lot of misinformation floating around about the Texas bill, right? Saying that it's a flat-out ban on abortion, yet there have been still 2,000 plus abortions in September after the law took effect. I don't think we have the data for October yet. 2,000 plus abortions. Now, I will acknowledge that that is an over 50% drop from the 5,000 and something abortions in August. And the question I was going to ask of our witness, who obviously is no longer here because we didn't meet for 2 hours this morning, and now we're meeting at night and she was not able to be here. But what I was going to ask her is, what conversation would she like to have with the 2,000 to 3,000 lives that will be walking this planet in September alone? The 2,000 to 3,000 lives that will be walking this planet because of this bill. Now, I know my opponents on their side of the aisle want to fixate on Roe or Casey. That's fine. We can have those legal debates. But what we're talking about here are human beings and life. That's what is at the center of all of this. And the question becomes, and as my learned friend from Maryland talked about, he said the vast majority of, I think the exact phrasing, but a non-viable fetus in the first trimester in the context of abortion law, okay, Texans decided through their elected body in the state legislature to say that if there is a heartbeat detected, that life should be protected. That's what the people of Texas decided. And then I hear all of this sort of wailing and gnashing of teeth about the construct of the law, about how it's novel. Yet this construct is very similar, for example, to a state law, say Colorado, telling a cake baker to bake a cake under Colorado law, despite conflicting with a deeply held religious belief of the baker, and then forcing the cake baker to decide whether to proceed in the face of possible private litigation, challenging his or her decision, and whatever that means in terms of cost and impact, and then find a way to litigate his or her First Amendment rights in state or federal court. And we act like this is some sort of novel concept, but it is not. This is a debate, and this is the kind of thing you litigate, but we've got people in Texas saying, hey, we think life is worth protecting. I would note, as I said before, that there were 2,000 abortions in September. In Texas in 2020, 49,000, almost 49,000 of the 54,000 roughly, I'm rounding, abortions were less than 10 weeks. And what we're talking about here is saying that if there is a heartbeat, that we do everything we can to protect that living being. And we talk about vigilante justice, what we're talking about is the ability to go bring suit in defense of a life. That's what we're talking about. Nothing more, nothing less. But it's everything. And again, I would reiterate, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will not want to, have not wanted to, talk about the heartbeat because they know it undermines their position. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think some of you know that I am one of the 1 in 4 women in America who has had an abortion. And I testified about that recently. I first told my story 2 years ago when this rash of bills was starting to come up, and I told it after more than a decade. I actually hadn't even told my mother about it before I wrote an op-ed in the paper. For me, it was actually a very difficult decision to make. It isn't for everybody, and I don't think it should have to be. So, Mr. Roy, you're right. We have different starting places. I start with the Constitution. I start with the Constitution, and I start with the constitutional right that I have to make choices about my own body. And I also am very offended by the idea that anybody on your side would call me a murderer for making a choice about my health and my body that you cannot even begin to understand or know what I was dealing with. So please do not be paternalistic towards us as we make choices that are our choices. Nobody knows the circumstances we go through. Nobody understands what we have to think about. And by the way, nobody except us is actually, the pregnant person is actually the person that is affected along with anybody that we choose to bring in. And you know what? I would like to leave protecting my health to my doctor and to me. I don't think that Ms. Pinheiro or I or any other person who makes this constitutionally protected choice should be traumatized by being called a murderer. That is just outrageous in my mind. Professor Bridges, in your testimony and your answers to my colleagues, you've spoken about the intersections of abortion, race, and poverty, and how bans on the constitutional right to abortion disproportionately affect women of color. Are these intersections part of the reason a pregnant person's constitutional right to an abortion is treated as different than and inferior to other constitutional rights?
Absolutely. We live in a country of abortion exceptionalism where the fundamental right to terminate a pregnancy before viability is treated dramatically differently than the other fundamental rights that are found in the Constitution. The most glaring example of that abortion rights are treated differently, is the fact that SB 8 is in effect right now. The Supreme Court let a flagrantly unconstitutional law go into effect, and 2 months later, we're still dealing with the fallout from that.
Ms. Pinheiro, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. I think it is probably impossibly difficult to listen to what has been said today, and I thank you for your courage and for your grace. Another issue that often overlaps with reproductive justice is health coverage. And you highlighted in your powerful testimony that because of the Hyde Amendment, your abortion care was not covered. Thinking about the patients that your fund serves and your personal experience, how are communities of color in particular disproportionately impacted by restrictions on abortion funding by health insurance programs such as Medicaid?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman, and I appreciate the solidarity here. It is not easy to hear the inflammatory rhetoric, and as a survivor, as someone who has had an abortion here, I am consistently offended. But this is not new. This is what people who have abortions deal with. This is what quote unquote sidewalk counselors are yelling at patients who are going in to get health care. And addressing the Hyde Amendment, I think it's ironic that we've spent the day talking about abortion restrictions, allegedly supporting women and their families, and if we were to end the Hyde Amendment, I would hope that a priority could be to fund programs for women and their families so that clients like the ones I see don't have to choose between feeding their family and having an abortion.
Thank you, Ms. Pinheiro. Dr. Moyetti, as an abortion provider in Texas, you see firsthand the medical harms of these abortion bans. What new challenges will patients and providers face now that Texas has authorized private people to become vigilantes and patrol reproductive health care?
So I'm seeing it right now. We have people that are critically ill and pregnant and need an abortion to save their life, and we're having to delay care. We are going to see a dramatic increase in maternal mortality in our state as people are forced to continue pregnancy. We know that pregnancy is at least 10 times, childbirth is at least 10 times more dangerous than abortion care, and you are more likely to die. And that is even more true in Texas with our maternal morbidity and mortality rate. So I am already seeing the devastating effects in my community, and I expect that this will be getting worse.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just would ask that my colleagues stop calling us murderers. I do not appreciate that. I yield back.
I agree with you. Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a most extraordinary hearing about something that it's unclear to me why this body, this committee is taking up. Seems inappropriate in the week that the United States Supreme Court is undertaking solemn, judicial, independent consideration of the law in Texas. But I think I can't fail to comment on one aspect of where we are. I would submit that there are two reasons that Texas's Senate Bill 8 is so impactful, unusually impactful. First is that the exercise of the right to abortion depends upon, at all times, a huge money-making industry carrying it out that will put its financial interests first. And second, that industry knows that it can never rest secure in the proclamation of a right to kill another utterly innocent human being. It is simply an untenable claim. It is as untenable as when the Supreme Court of the United States declared in Scott versus Sanford that freed slaves of African heritage could not become citizens of the United States or enjoy the rights, privileges, and immunities thereof. It will never be a settled issue until the humanity of the unborn child is recognized and protected. This is a picture of a child, 12 weeks gestation. Her fist is clenched. It is a little girl. It's not just some anonymous picture. She now is a thriving child. Her hand, her arm are visible. She is a human. She cannot be disregarded. It is not possible for us to pretend that she does not exist. She exists. Dred Scott was settled law at one point, and it awaited the turn of history for that to be vindicated. That's exactly the situation here. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, as a member from Florida, Ms. Pinheiro, I want to thank you so much. First, welcome to this hearing, but also I thank you so much for your testimony today. People may think they know your story, but today you've been able to tell it, and they may not care about your story, but I care. And I thank you for being an advocate on behalf of women and girls around this nation. I spent 27 years in law enforcement, and I want to talk about constitutional rights. But today I not only speak as a member of Congress, I also want to speak as a police officer, as a police chief. As an enforcer of the law, I took an oath that I would protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. In my law enforcement career, you can imagine I have seen and experienced much, the joys and pains of life. I have worked rallies and demonstrations by the Ku Klux Klan, the neo-Nazis, and other extremist groups. I have heard names and been called names like coon, savage, and I've heard the N-word more times than I care to acknowledge. But as these extremists hurled their racial slurs and insults, as I worked the rally to provide security for them, as a law enforcement officer who remembered the oath that I took, I would have risked my life to stop anyone who tried to do them harm. Of course, I did not agree with what they were saying or why they were demonstrating. But I took an oath to protect their right to say it and to demonstrate. The United States Constitution is a stubborn document. Rights are stubborn too. Even the rights of women. Roe versus Wade is clearly established and well settled law, and its violation is blatantly unconstitutional. I've also, as I end my remarks, I don't have any questions today, but I've also worked and seen as a law enforcement officer the threats and harassment of women and teenage girls and providers. We've certainly had to work cases of providers who gave their lives as they were trying to provide the service. So I don't know how much longer this debate is going to go on, but we live in the United States of America. The supreme law of the land is the U.S. Constitution. And as long as I am here, I will continue to protect and defend it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Ms. Spartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting to me that how far we're drifting apart with my colleagues, and my Democratic colleagues used to say that abortion should be rare, supported Hyde Amendment on a bipartisan basis, but take very more extreme pro-abortion ideologies, and we can see it in some of the laws like states of New York. But I wanted to share just a little bit. I have a unique experience. I grew up in the Soviet Union. Actually, the Soviet Union was the first country in Europe that in 1920s legalized abortion under Lenin. And it was the country where life didn't matter. Individual life didn't matter. It's all collective, all for them. Collective responsibility. Everything is just a collective as a group, not as individuals. So when I came here, I was very inspired and impressed by such an intrinsically valuable value of human life that is really embedded, including in our founding documents, and our Declaration of Independence talks about God-given rights, and rights to life is the first one, and it is the most important, where you matter as an individual. And it is really just very, very deep respect for life, all rights to life, for born and unborn. It's so American, and it is very just how differentiated from a lot of other countries around the world. And I have, since we don't have a witness, so I just generally was very surprised at the timing of this hearing. And I might just ask, since we have another scholar, and she, Ms. Bridges here. So as a scholar, and you point out actually in your testimony that, Texas law disproportionately impacts women of, Black women, women of color. And if we're going to talk about, racial injustice and, Black Lives Matter, all lives matter, then it seems like it's an issue that is very relevant for the community. But I'm not going to ask you because we might have a different disagreements on that and we'll never agree. But my question would be, for you, we have a state legislature that has an ability to regulate abortions. We have a Supreme Court that can, rule on that and can decide if something is unconstitutional. We actually have 3 cases that Supreme Court is going to review. And one of them just was heard on Monday. So is it in your views there is any reason why this body should hold this hearing for any reason than just exert inappropriate political influence over an independent branch of government, of judicial branch? So I would have a question for you. Do you see any reason why we should be even doing that right at this moment?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I really appreciate it. First, it's Professor Bridges or Dr. Bridges. Second, you said that, state legislatures have enacted this law. This is a democratically elected law. I think we should drop a footnote next to that because it's unclear whether this is a democratically elected law. Texas has the most restrictive, one of the most restrictive voting rights voting regulations. So I would be skeptical that all the people were represented in this law. And thirdly, you're absolutely right that the judiciary is called upon to interpret the Constitution and protect rights. We are here today. Thank you for asking that question. We are here today because the judiciary did not do that. The judiciary did not follow its own established precedents. Its own established precedents would have led it to enjoin a flagrantly unconstitutional law. It did not do that. In fact, its own established precedents would lead it to preserve the status quo. It did not do
But
that.
I think that,
Its own established
I don't think it was a
its own
precedent on
established
that.
precedents.
Yeah, because
Its own
actually,
established
they're
precedents.
reviewing the procedural and they're going to rule the procedures. But we have
Absolutely.
3 cases right now. They're going to look at the procedures of the law because it was actually not, there is not much precedent. It was a very different written law. And Supreme Court has 2 cases to kind of look at taxes. Then it has a Mississippi case. But there are a lot of cases in the Supreme Court. So why we should be discussing this now? Is there any reason you see to discuss it now except to influence the decision of judicial branch, which is independent branch and equal to us?
We should be talking about this case because procedural rules have substantive consequences.
Right, but
And
they
the
didn't rule on
substantive
that, right?
consequence-
They just, that's what the problem is.
And
They
in
just
their
convened
failure
that,
to rule
right?
on the perceived, in their
But
failure
they're going
rule
to
on
have 2
procedural
cases, they're going to rule
questions.
on procedures. 2 cases they're going to decide. They just had arguments on Monday. So,
And
but
in the meantime, the rights of Texans are being infringed. A flagrantly unconstitutional law is in
The court has
effect.
its decisions, so I yield back.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it is rather bizarre that at this late date, 40 some odd years after Roe v. Wade, that we have to have a hearing on this, and that the harmful effects of SB 8 have almost immediately manifest themselves in completely halting access to abortion for women in Texas who are not white, wealthy, or connected. It's also burdened the reproductive health care systems of other states that have chosen not to violate the Constitution. And in doing so, this law has created a framework that deliberately seeks to violate a woman's constitutional freedom to decide when and whether to become a parent based on her own unique circumstances. And SB 8 does so by creating a tortured legal fiction to avoid judicial review, and in the process, threatens other constitutional rights. Just as a baseline, the decision to have an abortion is deeply personal, and we as legislators must ensure that anyone who becomes pregnant can access a full range of safe medical care, free from fear, coercion, or lawmakers who want to insert themselves into a medical practice. We've heard several stories of why people may choose to access abortion care. In my professional life, I've had 2 clients who faced the choice of whether to carry a pregnancy to term or not. Both were young women who'd had a first child when they were in their teens and had suffered abuse at the hands of family members. They struggled to keep themselves and their children housed and fed, and when they were victimized by much older men, became pregnant again. They each had their own personal reasons for choosing not to have another child, including compelling medical, financial, and emotional reasons. One lived in Pennsylvania and was able to make the best decision for her circumstances. She chose not to have another child at that time, and as a result was able to leave the abusive relationship which had caused the pregnancy, finish school, get a good job, marry, and have 2 more children with her husband. The other lived in Texas, and this was before SB 8 took effect, but not before the state had imposed some of the most restrictive anti-abortion laws in the country. She couldn't afford to travel or pay for an abortion, and she was forced to bear a child, although she and the child suffered preventable physical injury and great economic harm. So these are just 2 of the stories. We've heard other stories. It pains me that we need to share personal stories with private reasons to demonstrate the endless array of reasons why someone might choose not to avail themselves of having another child. But these stories shouldn't have to be told over and over again. Professor Bridges, I just wanted to dig a little bit into some of the legal basis for this crazy SB 8 law. So as I understand it, the Texas legislature has decided to make having an abortion illegal in Texas, but has outsourced enforcement of that from the state to private citizens who can sue anyone who has an abortion or help someone to have an abortion and get $10,000 from them. This seems really tortured. And it also seems to implicate other rights. So for example, if we were to have a state that decided to outlaw evangelical Christians, I think, practicing your First Amendment religious rights is a pretty clear constitutional rule. So if the state of Georgia, said, no more evangelical Christians, it's illegal to practice that religion in the state of Georgia, and the state's not going to do anything about it, but anyone, anywhere, doesn't matter if you're in Georgia or anywhere else, you can sue anyone who's a practicing Christian in Georgia for $1 million. Isn't that what this law is trying to do in Texas? And what's the problem with that?
Absolutely. So we're here today because the Supreme Court has allowed Texas to offer all the states a blueprint for violating constitutional rights. No constitutional right is safe. This begins at abortion, but who knows where it will end. The First Amendment free exercise right, the 14th Amendment right to same-sex marriage, the 14th Amendment right to consensual sexual contact, the Second Amendment right to bear arms. No constitutional right is safe, and that is why we're here today.
Thank you. I think the very structure of this law should give people pause and be more than solid grounds for why it should never have taken effect, should not be a model for other states, and should be promptly overturned. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Bentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I join Mr. Roy, Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, and Ranking Member Jordan in expressing my regret that Ms. Foster is not here to elaborate upon her remarks regarding additional options for women who find themselves with an unplanned pregnancy. I regret that she's not here to speak to the offerings of the thousands of resource centers across this United States. And I regret that she's not here to further elaborate and emphasize that life is not frivolous. But she's not here. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Johnson from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman from Oregon. Ms. Pinheiro, you are a board member of the Central Florida Women's Emergency Fund, which strongly supports legalized abortion, right?
That is incorrect.
Okay, what does that organization do?
I'm the co-executive director of Florida Access Network.
Oh, okay, well, our hearing outline said other. So the Action Network strongly supports legalized abortion, right?
Correct.
And help me understand the position of your organization. These are simple yes or no questions. Is it okay to murder a 10-year-old child?
No one should be forced to remain pregnant if they don't want to.
Is it okay to murder a 10-year-old child? Yes or no?
I am deeply offended that you would call me a murderer.
I'm not calling you a murderer, ma'am. I'm asking you a question. Is it okay to murder a 10-year-old child? This is about your organization's position. Would they say yes or no?
My organization's position is that no one should be forced to remain pregnant if they don't want to, and any abortion restrictions are.
Okay. Let me answer the question for you. I'm assuming that you do not advocate for the murder of children. Okay. What about a toddler? I assume you would say it's not okay to murder a toddler either, a 2-year-old. What about a newborn? Let me ask you this: the position of the organization. Are you for partial birth abortion? Is that the position of the organization? Would you support that?
What my organization is for is to support the people who need abortion care, who are lied to when they are sent to alleged pregnancy resource centers that lie to patients
Would that
and
apply
tell them.
would that apply to a woman who is 9 months pregnant?
I disagree with the premise of your question.
Would you support the abortion of a late-term unborn child?
Anybody should have the right to have an abortion at any time and for any reason.
That's what I need. So here's the thing. I'm just trying to understand the logical fallacy. So if we would not support, and I mean this sincerely, and this is not for you personally, I'm talking about the organization. You support an advocacy organization. If it is not okay to take the life of a small child outside the womb, why is it okay to take the life of a small child 9 inches up the birth canal, inside the womb? What is the distinction? Help me understand the distinction of that.
I don't understand the question.
If you would not support the murder of a small child, right? No one would. No civilized person would. Why do we support the taking of a life of a child right before they're delivered?
No civilized person should support forced pregnancy.
Does abortion take the life of something that's alive?
No one should be forced to remain pregnant against their will.
Ma'am, you're not answering my questions. Let me ask the doctor on this screen. Is it okay, or let me ask you this, does abortion kill something that's alive, take the life of something that's alive?
Sir, the way that you're asking these questions actually intentionally invite violence and harassment to both of us, to all of us.
I'm sorry, that
I
is an
reject-
absurd response. You're a medical doctor. Tell me if if there's an unborn child in the womb or not. Are we killing something that's alive? When you dismember something in the womb, is that a human being or not? It's a living being, yes or no?
I am here to talk about medical care.
Yes, this is a direct question about medical care, ma'am. You positioned yourself as an expert on the issue. Are we taking a life or not? Is it a life, yes or no?
What you are discussing is not the reality of how abortion care is delivered in this country.
If we were in a courtroom, I would say that that's non-responsive. And I think we all know why you don't want to respond to that, because the obvious fact here is that you're taking a human life. It's a small human life. It's a human being. Let me ask you, doctor, should abortion be allowed because of the sex of the preborn child, in your medical opinion?
I do not believe that there should be any restrictions on the bodily
Okay.
autonomy.
All right, so
of people.
hold on. So if someone gets a pregnancy test and they say it's a little girl and I want a little boy, it's okay to abort that child?
I have never seen a pregnancy test that tells you the sex.
Would it be okay or not? If someone
I've
knows
never seen a
if someone has an
pregnancy
ultrasound, they know have one sex and they want to abort it, is that okay?
Time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Garcia.
I'll just note that no one answered the questions. Thank you. Yield back.
Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all the witnesses here today. I know that it's been a long day, and thank you for your patience, and thank you for allowing yourselves to be questioned by all of us, and especially to you, Ms. Pinheiro, for just sharing your deeply personal story. I know it still breaks your heart to have gone through both of those abortions and the reasons that you had to, so thank you for sharing. Women's freedom to choose is under attack in our country. Simply put, politicians and the government have no place controlling women's freedom to choose their reproductive care. They should not be in the business of controlling women's bodies, period. The Texas law, and just for the record, I am a native Texan and I am also Catholic. The Texas law has already had devastating effects on Texas women, especially women with low income, Black and Latina women suffering the most. Many have crossed state lines to access abortion. In a sense, some of these women are fortunate because they had the resources and the logistical know-how to seek an abortion outside of Texas. But consider, for instance, a woman living in my district would have to drive 10 hours to get to a state where she could access reproductive health care. She would have to make the drive alone or risk a loved one from being sued for helping her. According to a filed amicus brief by the Planned Parenthood with the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, one woman said she is concerned with taking time off work to travel for the abortion because it could affect her job. She said she struggles to cover expenses and lives paycheck to paycheck. She considered using a ride service taxi, but the idea is scary because she knows she would be in a car alone with a stranger as she is coming off anesthesia. This is appalling that women have to have these considerations. In South Texas, where I grew up, many Latinas and immigrants already fear deportation and face huge barriers to abortion due to long distance and travel restrictions. Another woman in Houston who only speaks Spanish shared her concern that she had not been to another state and could not understand why, still cannot understand why they have to leave Texas for an abortion or what would be required when they get to another state. This is heartbreaking. Just a few weeks ago, I visited my local Planned Parenthood health center and heard countless of other stories about Texas women who are resorting to self-help including drinking abortion tea that they found on internet. And dare we say that many of this results may end up in backroom alley abortions and maybe even the use of hangers, as we saw in the past. This is totally unacceptable. We trust women to know what they need and how they come to this decision with their families, their faith, and their future in mind. And Americans agree. Mr. Chairman, I have an exhibit here that I asked to be a unanimous consent to be entered in the record.
Without
It's the
objection.
results of a Gallup poll which say Americans still oppose overturning Roe v. Wade. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans do not want Roe v. Wade overturned. And Texans too agree.
Without
A
objection.
recent poll in April of 2021 says that a majority of Texans are against new abortion restrictions, overwhelmingly oppose provisions in HB SB 8. Again, majority of Texans, April, just a few months ago. So the fact remains that this bill has had devastating effects on women and will continue to do that. So I want to start with the doctor. If you would just, again, thank you for going through all the other things that Texas does to restrict abortions. And are you seeing more and more women going out of state, particularly minority women? And have you seen any impact or effects of any self-help that they may have done on their own?
I am. I travel to Oklahoma to provide abortion care as well. Prior to SB 8, maybe about 10 to 15% of my patients in Oklahoma would be from North Texas. Last week, 80%. 80%. Some as far as Galveston and Texas City drove to get to Oklahoma City. So I'm already seeing the devastating effects. Thankfully, we have options to self-manage abortion with mifepristone and misoprostol that can be safe. But the option is limited for many people.
Thank you. And I see I just have 8 seconds, and I wanted to ask you, Ms. Pinheiro, is there anything else you wanted to add about your
Lady's time has
experiences?
expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairwoman, and witnesses for appearing before our committee today. I first want to take a moment to say that my constituents from Utah have some serious concerns about the Department of Justice suing Texas because the Biden administration doesn't like one of its laws. Utah signed an amicus brief in United States versus Texas. I'd like to request an unanimous consent to enter that brief into the record. Thank you. I'd like to share my perspective on the devastating impact abortion has had on my community. In June of this year, I wrote an op-ed on why Planned Parenthood is the greatest threat to Black lives in America. I'd like to request an unanimous consent to enter that full piece into the record. Here's a few highlights. The highlight in a recent weekend edition of the New York Times was stark. I'm the head of Planned Parenthood. We're done making excuses for our founder. The author of this article, Alexis Miguel Johnson, said that her organization, the largest provider of abortion in the United States and perhaps the world, would have to reckon with Margaret Sanger and her association with the white supremacist groups and eugenics. It's important to acknowledge Sanger's views on Planned Parenthood's use of birth control to eliminate those she considered nothing but human weeds. What does targeting a race as human weeds look like? Black women represent 6% of America's population, and yet make up 40% of women who end up on the operation table of a wealthy abortionist. 20 million Black babies have been exterminated over the last 40 years, represents 40% of my race that's viewed by the left as nothing but human weeds. In the civilized country, the death of 40 million Black innocent babies, in combination with over 60 million babies of all race and colors, will be considered genocide. The left considers this medical care. And the death of all these innocents is love and blessings. The left preaches us about equity. Where's the equity when the lowest percentage of Americans are killed at a higher rate than the majority race? Today in the U.S., the abortion rate of African-American women is over 3 times that of white women. From 2000 to 2010, African-Americans, as a percentage of the total U.S. population, dropped 1/7. We have a party that actually believes that stopping the killing of Black babies at a rate 3 times more than white babies is not fair to Black mothers. No, my friends, Black babies are not human weeds, and our community should not celebrate throwing them away. Black mothers would love their children as much as white mothers if they're only taught at a young age that it's not cool to abort them. If they were taught that it is not liberation and should not go there to go liberating them from going through the hassle and innocence of being a mother. 20 million children destroyed in 40 years. How many of them, if allowed to live, would have solved our climate crisis? Been the next Martin Luther King, to unite all races, another Ben Carson, leading our nations against fights of cancer and heart disease. What a crushing loss to our national and community well-being. And no, losing our precious babies for billions in profit to an abortionist industry is not love and blessings to the mother and the lives of the millions that have been destroyed, mothers and babies. Justice Clarence Thomas may have put it best when he wrote that the technological advances have only heightened the eugenics potential for abortion, as abortion now can be used to eliminate children with unwanted characteristics. This law and other laws like it promote the state's compelling interest of preventing abortion from becoming a tool of modern-day eugenics. I'm the father of 6 children, 15 grandchildren. My life has been one, like everyone in here, has gone up and down, from being a Super Bowl champion to losing everything, going through bankruptcy, living a one-bedroom basement apartment in Brooklyn with 4 kids. We chose to have another 2 because we believed in the blessings of the eternal life of families. I'm going to give a message to those who are listening. Do not listen to the dark message of hopelessness. The tough times you might go through are temporary. The life that you give to your children, what you build as a families, is eternal. There's nothing like the memories I now share, and believe me, it's not playing on a football field that makes a difference today. It's watching my 6 kids, my 15 grandkids, how tight and how close we are, how much we enjoy our company, and the pride I have in what they've done to raise their kids. That's the legacy of moms and dads. That's the legacy of many moms will never, ever have because they've been taught that killing their baby is cool. And many dads will not have because they've been taught it's better to go to an abortion center than to man up and take care of their child. Vote for life. Live your life. I give back my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank each of you for being here today for such a lengthy bit of time to just really kind of discuss this serious attack on our constitutional rights. We can't tell you how much this means to me. And you know, generations of women have fought for their place in society. They fought for the right to vote. They fought for a seat in the university classroom, a seat in the boardroom, and a seat in our own government. And they fought for the freedom to make our own decisions about our bodies, our health, and our families. Generations of women secured these gains so that we could build on their efforts toward a just and equitable society. We cannot allow their work to be undone. We've seen attempts to legislate away women's personal decisions time and time again. These efforts always cause the greatest harm to women of color and those without resources, as we've discussed over and over again today. Those who face the greatest obstacles to traveling long distances just to get the care that they need. But this attack also poses a grave new risk that any of our constitutional rights could become the focus of a strange system of vigilante justice, a system in which neighbor is pitted against neighbor, eroding the sacred trust that binds our communities. And I am deeply troubled by what this law could mean for the constitutional right to abortion and all of our constitutional rights if this vigilante scheme is allowed to continue and be replicated. And I am so pleased today that we are able to shed light on the experiences of people in Texas that are this is already happening to them right now. And that we will continue to see this spread throughout the country if our courts are not going to uphold the Constitution. And before we get started today, I just want to know, Professor Bridges, is there anything that you would like to respond to?
Oh my God, thank you so much for the opportunity to respond. I would love to respond to some of the comments that were just made by Representative Owens. He speaks about the higher rates of abortion amongst Black people. He doesn't mention the reasons for that. The reasons for the higher rates of abortion are not because Black people have been taught that abortion is cool. The reasons for the higher rates of abortion are due to poverty. Is due to the lack of access to contraception. It's due to the fact that people are not being educated about sex and pregnancy in public schools. It's due to the inaccessibility of healthcare. So those are the reasons for the higher rates of abortion among Black people. And the suggestion that Black people are terminating pregnancies because we think it's cool suggests that he thinks that Black women are stupid. I assure you, Black people are not stupid. They're using abortion care to exact a modicum of control over their lives, especially when they're mired in structural conditions that make it impossible for them to control their lives otherwise. He didn't mention at all what happens when we restrict abortion. We force birth. People are ignoring that throughout this entire hearing. We're forcing birth. And particularly, we need to pay attention to the fact that we're forcing Black people to give birth in a country in which we have terrible rates of maternal mortality compared to our peers. And we have racial disparities in maternal mortality, meaning that 3 to 4 times as many Black people should expect to die during pregnancy, childbirth, or shortly thereafter. So we're forcing Black people to engage in a task that is dangerous to their lives. And finally, we live in a country in which poverty is defined as neglect, and that Black people can expect to have their children taken away from them by the child welfare system, by the family regulation system. This is a cruel set of circumstances that we're creating, where we force birth, we force people to engage in a task that is dangerous to them, Black people to engage in a task that is dangerous to them, and then we have them create families that we so easily dissolve through the family regulation system. So I think it's important to understand all of that context and not to attribute the rates of abortion amongst Black people to, we think it's cool.
I want to thank you very much for expanding upon that and telling us the truth of the nature of what's really happening in the country. Dr. Mayotte, your testimony notes that SB 8 will have consequences for people with highly desired pregnancies who have pregnancy complications. Can you expand on those complications that might lead a doctor to discuss the option of abortion even when a pregnancy is wanted?
Yeah, so like even at maybe 15, 16 weeks, a bag of water can break the amniotic fluid. This is a condition where the treatment is
Young lady's
immediate
time
delivery.
has expired. Mr. McClintock is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've spent 35 years either in the California State Legislature or here in the Congress. And this is a debate that is very familiar. It's been going on without a resolution on either side all of those years. I've always been pro-life. I've always voted that way. I think with respect to the Texas bill, I'd prefer a standard be the heartbeat and brain activity. But at least the Texas standard gives us a rational and science-based standard to begin discussing. But that said, my personal opinion is the Texas law is bad law. I think it's very dangerous to enforce criminal law in civil courts or to replace public prosecutors with freelance litigators. Criminal courts are there for a reason. They require a higher standard of proof than the civil courts. They require unanimous jury verdicts. That's to assure that if we are going to use government power to injure someone, either to deprive them of their freedom or their property, it has to be done with these standards and safeguards. So I'm not entirely unsympathetic to the opponents of the bill. The enforcement mechanism of this law is, to my eye, too clever by half. But that is the matter that the Supreme Court is considering right now, and rightly so. We may like their decision, we may not like their decision. If we don't like it, we are the Congress. It's our job to produce legislation to address our objections. but it is not clear to me what we're doing here today, except trying to bring inappropriate pressure to the court or to politicize its deliberations. I frankly don't have any questions of the witnesses before us because they appear to be incapable of responding in any other fashion other than repeating predetermined sound bites. But if Mr. Owens would like to have another crack at it, I'll be happy to yield the balance of my time to him.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to make a couple comments. This is the first time I've, in my lifetime, heard that for Black people having a family is dangerous. I have a feeling that every race deals with the same issues when having babies and overcoming obstacles. It's called life. Never ever heard that it's dangerous to have a baby. I think part of this is the low expectations that so many people have of my race. It bothers me tremendously.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I'm sorry. Let me just finish up. I'm sorry. I want to continue to repeat because I know people have not heard this, but I lived during a time when my race was literally one of the best, most progressive and productive races in our country. We led our country in the growth of the middle class, men matriculated from college, men committed to marriage. A Black woman could expect to be married by in higher rates than white women until 1970. That's the environment. And believe me, in those days, abortion was not prevalent in my race because we expected men to take care of their families. That's right, it was not prevalent in my race in the 1960s. I was there, I know that, okay? Anyway, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have this exchange, but it's interesting when we have facts, we have experience, and people have no clue are experts. So I just want to say this, my friends. We have options. One is being hopeful that we can overcome obstacles, having a belief that our kids are precious, that our legacy be put in place in a way that our name will be a good name. We can be proud of our kids. And I'll tell you something I find interesting is how very wealthy people do not even consider abortion. Very wealthy people love their kids, and they will have their kids, as they tell the rest of the society, the poor, how they should stay hopeless and kill their kids. Let me just say this. If we're going to ever get our family back, it comes down to loving the family unit. It comes down to us deciding that it's worth the price to do whatever we can to save, to work, to sacrifice like every other race has done before now, and realize that those kids growing up will love themselves because they learn, they see what it is to be loved in their household. We're having problems in our family right now, the Black family, because kids are growing up realizing they have no wealth, they have no worth. They're told early how easy it is and how cool it is to have abortions. If they don't want to really deal with it, find a Planned Parenthood. They'll take that issue off their shoulders in a heartbeat, of course, for a price. Let's get back to understanding that our children are a gift from God, period. And if we're given the opportunity to work our very best to help them, to support them, to raise them, we'll get help from God to do just that, and our country will come back in a big, big way. I yield back.
Yield myself just a moment to indicate that the highest maternal mortality is among women of color,
Point of order,
African American.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. On whose time is the chairman speaking?
Mine, to correct the record. I'd like to yield to the gentleman, Mr.
You don't have
Stanton,
time,
for 5
Madam
minutes.
Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I want to thank our witnesses for joining us here today and your patience with a long day up here on Capitol Hill. Your testimony today is crucial for the work of this committee and for our Congress. Every person deserves access to reproductive health care that is safe and affordable. It is a fundamental constitutional right recognized by the United States Supreme Court now for nearly 50 years. Unfortunately, since Roe versus Wade was decided, too many state governments across our nation have set their sights on eliminating this constitutional right. In states like mine in Arizona, legislatures and governors have chipped away at it, inserting their own personal views into conversations between a woman and her doctor and setting up roadblock after roadblock. In Arizona, in order to obtain an abortion, the state law requires people to visit their doctor twice, 24 hours apart, to be read a government-mandated script, and obtain an ultrasound, all obstacles that do not prioritize health or safety. And what's more, Arizona is one of 9 states that still has pre-Roe abortion ban on the books. Now emboldened by justices appointed to the Supreme Court by the previous administration, some states have gone even further, attempting to effectively ban abortion completely. That's what happened in Texas, where Senate Bill 8 has sought to see this fundamental right stripped away, and in Mississippi, where the legislature has passed a facially unconstitutional law with the expressed intent of challenging Roe. These are laws that affect every state because I have grave concerns that the protections of Roe and its progeny may be erased by the Supreme Court. It's one of the reasons that I co-sponsored and voted for the Women's Health Protection Act, which would enshrine a woman's right to choose in federal statute. What we know is that these anti-choice laws disproportionately affect low-income communities and communities of color. If Roe were overturned, Arizona would become one of several states where abortion was outlawed, and my constituents would no longer have access to the reproductive health care that is their right. I have a question for Dr. Moetti. Doctor, how do excessive restrictions force providers to go against their expert medical judgment and prevent them from providing the very best care possible to their patients?
Thank you so much for that question. I have so many examples of how these restrictions impact evidence-based care. So in Texas, we have a law that requires that I provide medication abortion per the FDA label. There is no other area of medicine where a state law requires following an FDA label. This becomes problematic because the second medication used in medication abortion, misoprostol, can be taken in different ways. The FDA label says that it has to be placed in the sides of the cheeks, but that medication can actually be swallowed, it can be placed under the tongue, or it can be placed in the vagina and also works in the process. But because of that law, when I have patients with unique medical conditions that might prevent them from taking that medication orally, ordinarily, I would recommend that they take that medication vaginally. And when I practiced in Hawaii, that's what I would do. I would tell them to take the medication vaginally. So for example, if someone has Crohn's disease or IBS, they might not want to take it orally, they would take it vaginally. But in Texas, I can't tell them to do the best thing for their health in that process because the state restricts evidence-based care. So that's one example right there. The state has just passed, or the Fifth Circuit has upheld a ban on second trimester procedures. And so now once hopefully SB 8 is overturned, the state actually tells me how to operate. So there's nowhere else in my gynecologic practice where the state would tell me that you need to do the hysterectomy like this, that you should put the clamp here and you should do the incision there. That's not how we practice medicine at all. But now I'm at risk for a criminal penalty for doing a procedure in the wrong way, the way that the state doesn't want me to do. This doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
The state.
I really appreciate that answer. I have 30 seconds left. Professor Bridges, I did want to give you one additional opportunity to respond to anything one of my colleagues may have said earlier that you would like to respond to.
Yes, thank you again for the opportunity. I would just encourage Representative Owens to Google racial disparities in maternal mortality and morbidity. I've actually written an article about that. It's in the new NYU Law Review. It gives you a lot of information about how it's dangerous to undergo childbirth. And I would just like to just note for the record that there were a lot of fact-free claims that Representative Owens made. Wealthier people don't have abortions because wealthier people love their children. It's just the fact-free level of his claims were remarkable.
Thank you, Professor. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all of our testifiers today. What patience you have shown for a very long day with a very difficult topic, but we really appreciate your personal experience, your expertise, and the value you bring to this conversation. So thank you. Ms. Pinheiro, I would like to particularly thank you for your personal story and for the advocacy that you bring and the courage that you show. You know, in reflecting on SB 8, and I told you this, I'm reminded of a story that I'm often reminded of, which is the story of my mother-in-law, Joan Kinnan. She was the youngest of 6 children growing up in 1930s Scranton. Her mother became pregnant with a 7th child, and the doctors discovered that the child would be stillborn, and they also knew that the mother would likely die in childbirth. But it was the 1930s. It was Scranton. It was a Catholic community, and so her family did not have a choice. The choice was with the government and with the church. Maybe the outcome would have been the same. Perhaps she would have chosen to go forward with that pregnancy. We don't know, but we will never know because she and her family had no choice. The baby was stillborn, and Joan's mother died in labor, orphaning 6 young children. May we never go back to that. This was the 1930s, some 90 years ago, and yet we are still discussing the merits or the right of a woman to choose. While we should all be alarmed at Texas's SB 8, the bill follows a long list of restrictions in Texas. In fact, before this de facto ban, Texas had enacted 26 abortion restrictions to a woman's right to choose. These restrictions or rules on abortions include, but not limited to, state-mandated counseling to discourage women from having an abortion, a 24-hour waiting period, banning telehealth, requiring women to physically visit their healthcare provider, and due to waiting periods and scheduling, we know the delays that causes. Prevention of health insurance, and also, as the doctor told us, the offering of bad information to patients. We can no longer say Roe v. Wade is the law of the land. So, Dr. Moyadi, could you elaborate on the impact some of these barriers have had on women in your practice? And I'd like to pick up on a question that my friend and colleague asked you. Can you expand on some of the complications, perhaps like the one I told you about my mother-in-law's mom, some of the complications that might lead a doctor to discuss the option of abortion even when a pregnancy is wanted?
Thank you so much for allowing me to continue. So yes, at any point in pregnancy, but for example, at 15 weeks, someone's bag of water can break. When that happens, there's no intervention that can help continue that pregnancy. There's no intervention that can assure life for that pregnancy. And so the recommendation at that point is delivery or a procedure, an abortion, to prevent death in that person. But this law, SB 8, prevents us from being able to do that. And we have to actually wait until the person is critically ill before we can intervene. So that situation comes up quite a bit where someone has a pregnancy complication and a very highly desired pregnancy, but the bag of water breaks, or they start hemorrhaging or bleeding very heavily and we need to intervene. There are also conditions that the fetus, the pregnancy itself, can develop that actually mirror a condition in the pregnant person. So if a fetus develops severe what's called hydrops or takes on fluid in its body, there's a condition called mirror syndrome, and that can happen in the pregnant person too and cause death in them as well. And so these are just a few examples, but there are literally hundreds and thousands of things that can go wrong during pregnancy. And so every pregnant person needs the option, the availability to swift expert abortion care to save their lives when they need it.
Did any patient ever come to you saying, I'd like an abortion because it's cool?
Never.
I wouldn't think so. It's quite
I find
serious.
it incredibly insulting to hear that about women, but particularly about Black women. I trust Black women to make the best decisions for their families, and that includes abortion care.
And I have no time left. In any event, I would love to have had more conversation with you, Professor. I apologize. I'll submit my question to you privately. I yield back.
Expired, and the gentlelady yields back. I recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first want to thank our panelists for sticking it out, being with us for a very, very long day here at our nation's capital. And I also want to apologize for the incredibly shocking and disrespectful comments that have come from some of my Republican colleagues. As a native and lifelong Texan, it's been heartbreaking to see my state lead the way in eroding decades of gains in voting rights, civil rights, human rights, and women's rights. We have talked at great length, and rightfully so, about the dangerous impact Texas SB 8 law has on women and on Texans, but it also has a dangerous impact on providers. Dr. Moyade, throughout today's hearing, my colleagues across the aisle have cut you off and asked you questions in very bad faith. One of my colleagues just went so far as to dismiss your concerns about how the language that he uses endangers you and the rest of the witnesses on this panel. I'd like for you to please explain to the public and explain to our committee the kind of danger that this rhetoric puts you and other abortion service providers and advocates in.
Thank you so much for that question, Representative, and thank you for your service to our state. Anytime there is a hearing like this, federally or locally in our legislature, we see an increase in protesting and harassment outside of our clinics. I see personally an increase in letters, threats, and harassment online and by mail. And when the representatives engage in this sort of conduct where they equate me or my colleagues here as murderers, right now, I have been receiving messages on Instagram and on Twitter saying that I'm an evil person, that I deserve to die, right? I'm a mom too. I'm a person too. And I deeply care for my community. I'm not in DC today because last night I was delivering babies here in my community. So I find it deeply troubling as a mom, as an OBGYN, and as a servant to my community that people would speak about me in this way and put me in danger, These people have yelled in my face before, but also yelled in my child's face before. That is not someone who cares about children at all.
And I think representing a community, El Paso, Texas, that understands the power of words and the consequences of words, I think what we have seen here on this committee coming from the dais is the use of words that are intended to fuel anger and possibly very dangerous consequences. So I thank you for sharing that with me. I have a follow-up question for you. Throughout the hearing, you have been interrupted. You have things have been said that you've wanted to respond to but have not been able to respond to. Is there anything that you heard here today about pregnancy, abortion care, or the impacts of SB 8 that you would like to clarify for the record using the remainder of my time?
Yes, I would love to. I want to start by saying that abortion has always existed. As long as people have given birth, they have had abortions, and abortion is a necessary part of our reproductive lives. Without access to abortion care, maternal health and mortality is extremely in danger. I also want to clarify that abortion is not always a tragic decision, that many people are resolute in their decisions, and it's okay to have one abortion. It's okay to have more than one abortion. Abortion is not dangerous. It is incredibly safe. And in a state like Texas, it is 10 to 13 times safer than childbirth. Every single person in our state deserves the right to become pregnant. They deserve the right to not be pregnant, and they deserve the right to parent their children in safe and healthy environments. If the representatives here truly care about children and families, I would love to work with them on policies that truly elevate our communities. Right now, we're talking about paid parental leave. And so many representatives here don't want to support parents after they give birth. That is one of the best things you can do to prevent infant mortality. It's one of the best things you can do to prevent postpartum depression. I don't understand at all why they don't care about us and why they don't care about our families.
Thank you so much. There's clearly a difference between being pro-life and being pro-birth. Thank you for your testimony. Madam Chair, unanimous, or Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record testimony from the Texas House Women's Health Caucus that was submitted to the Texas House.
Without objection, the
Thank you.
gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Ross.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to the witnesses for your patience and for your dedication to the women of Texas and the women of this country. I want to start with a couple of quotes from Justice Ginsburg. I know our chairman started, but I think it's a nice way to remind us of why we're here today and why this Texas law is so pernicious. I want to remind the committee of what Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg wrote in her 2007 dissent in Gonzalez versus Carhart. Legal challenges to undue restrictions on abortion procedures do not seek to vindicate some generalized notion of privacy. Rather, they center on a woman's autonomy to determine her life's course and thus to enjoy equal citizenship stature. Justice Ginsburg argued this point in her 1993 Senate confirmation hearing as well, explaining that the decision whether or not to bear a child is central to a woman's life, her well-being and her dignity. It's a decision she must make for herself, and when the government controls that decision for her, she is being treated less than as a fully adult human responsible for her own choices. This holds true today, and these same issues are under threat, and women are under threat. Senate Bill 8 is appalling for many reasons, including its unconstitutionality and the deputization of private citizens as bounty hunters. But our focus must be on the simple fact that this is a law that hurts women. In the end, that is the only thing that matters. Forced parenthood threatens a woman's physical and mental health. It restricts our economic freedom. It makes women of color poorer, and in particular, second-class citizens. There's plenty of data that you have shared with us that support these findings. The only proof we really need that this law hurts women come from the stories you've shared today. I want to go back to what we just heard from Dr. Moiety, and I love the point that you were making, that if we are truly pro-family, then we need to enact policies that make it easier for people who have children to give those children a good life. And that involves the health and health care of women. And in Texas, like in my home state of North Carolina, there has not been Medicaid expansion. That means that women are not able to get critical health care pre-conception and take care of themselves, and also not able to get health services postpartum when they are trying to care for a new baby. And so, Doctor, please share with us how Texas's decision to deputize people to prevent abortions runs contrary to a woman's health when Texas cannot find it in its heart to provide Medicaid to poor women.
Thank you for that question, Representative Ross. You know, it brings to mind a story of a patient I took care of several years ago. This person was a mother of 5 or 6 children. I can't remember anymore at this point, but had several children and had recently had a child as well. And she developed severe heart failure after that pregnancy and was just told, don't become pregnant again, you'll die. Well, in Texas, prior to this last session, your Medicaid expired at 6 weeks. And so there was no way for her to get her cardiac drugs. There was no way for her to get birth control afterwards to keep herself healthy. And of course, she became pregnant again, and continuing that pregnancy would have killed her. And so this person, a mother of many children, struggling to be a good mom, had to scrape together everything to be able to get abortion care so she wouldn't die and leave her children without a parent. I deal with those situations every single week in Texas. We need better healthcare in our state desperately, and that includes removing restrictions to abortion care and expanding Medicaid.
Thank you so much for helping women, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for unanimous consent statement.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit into the record articles from the San Francisco Chronicle. These Texas women got abortions from a California doctor after the state's ban. Here are their stories. Texas abortion law could worsen the state's maternal mortality rate. Dated New York Times or Time, September 22nd, 2021. Texas abortion, doctor sued in first known challenges of new law. BBC News, September 21st. My body is not their property. Texas woman's journey across state lines for an abortion, October 15th, 2021. And finally, opinion, why violate Texas extreme abortion law, Washington Post, September 18th, 2021. I ask unanimous consent to submit these into the record.
Without objection, Ms. Bush.
St. Louis, and I thank you, Chairman, for convening this hearing today. My plea today is with my colleagues on this committee and with the American public watching. Take a walk in the shoes of an 18-year-old girl from St. Louis, a Black girl, a girl who is uninsured and suffering from asthma, a health condition she likely got from the burning of fossil fuels in her community. She can't afford rent. She works a minimum wage job, and her friends consider her fortunate because at least she has a job. But even in this job, she is making less than her white counterparts. She is also 9 weeks pregnant, feeling alone and afraid. That girl is me. We don't live in a world that nurtures and cares for Black girls like me. And if the world doesn't care about a Black girl like me, then what will happen to our Black babies who grow up to become Black children and Black adults? Professor Bridges, you talk about the high mortality rates among Black pregnant people. In a world in which Roe is overturned, what harms do abortion bans pose for Black pregnant people?
We will be coercing them to give birth, which is a dangerous proposition, which is something that should be embarrassing to the United States. The United States is one of it's actually the only industrialized nations that has a maternal mortality rate that is increasing. The racial disparities in maternal mortality mean that 3 to 4 times as many Black people should expect to die while attempting a birth. And so to coerce birth, which is what abortion bans and regulations do, is to coerce Black people to engage in a task that is dangerous to them.
Thank you, Professor Bridges. Let me ask you another question. Some scholars have compared this bounty system to the Fugitive Slave Acts, laws that offered a bounty for capturing and returning fugitive slaves and provided for fines up to $1,000 against anyone who helped a fugitive enslaved person. I agree. Can you describe the white supremacist roots that link SB 8 and the Fugitive Slave Acts?
Absolutely. So the Fugitive Slave Act is a effort to ensure that people of color, Black people specifically, were human property, and that chattel slavery as an institution would be perpetuated, and that the people who purported to own those Black people would not lose their property. And so essentially, the Fugitive Slave Act allowed others to control the bodies, private actors, right, to control the bodies of other human beings. That is precisely what is happening in Texas today, in deputizing private citizens to seek a bounty on other private citizens. We are allowing private citizens to control, terrorize, regulate the bodies of other human beings.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that, Professor Bridges. Dr. Moayedi, SB 8 has been law for 64 days, and in those 64 days, clinics have closed and certain resources have been permanently erased. What are the permanent impacts of SB 8 on people of color and people living in poverty?
Thank you for that question. And Representative Bush, thank you again for sharing your story. It moves me and every single time, and it is the core of why I provide this care. It when I first started working in abortion care and realized the desperate need for women of color to take care of other women of color, that is what inspired me to become a physician and to provide abortion care in Texas. So this issue is very dear to my heart. This ban is disastrous for communities of color, especially the ones that I serve. Many of the people I take care of have never left the North Texas area. So traveling to Oklahoma City even is very challenging for them. Last week, I took care of someone from the coast area in Texas that was coming to Oklahoma City, but because they had never left the state either, their friend made them a reservation in a hotel in Tulsa instead of Oklahoma City because they didn't really understand where to go. And so that's just one small story of how challenging and insurmountable getting out of the state for care can be. What is truly frightening for me is what we're going to see in the next 7 to 8 months as far as maternal mortality in the communities that I serve. Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. What I want to make clear here today, as the first Black woman and nurse to serve the people of Missouri in Congress, is that the path to overturning Roe will be devastating for all people, especially Black people. Abortion care will still exist like it did before this landmark decision, but it will be deadly. In a world where Black pregnant people die 4 times more often than white pregnant people during childbirth, in a world where Black women are disproportionately evicted from their homes, in a world where Black trans women are more likely to turn to sex work for survival, failing to legislate reproductive justice is a death sentence for our neighbors, our coworkers, our families. We cannot afford to go back on our reproductive rights. We must legislate love. We must legislate justice for Black girls and non-binary folks and guarantee reproductive rights for everyone. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. This concludes today's hearing. We thank the witnesses for participating and for their patience for a very long day. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.